Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land. I'm the Moorish Empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Find me one that won. God dang, you're right. Don't go down this. It's not the path. Don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. God dang, you're right. Moorish Empire. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. Moorish Empire. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. The late evening U.S. people.
What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No.
That's right. Shop smart. Shop S-Mart. You got that?
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Wherever you are, whoever you're with, whoever you're doing, whatever you're doing with, how many times you're doing it, whatever. I don't care. I'm just glad you're doing it here with me, Legal Vices, right here on this little old channel that we call Legal Vices. Today is the beginning of the Alec Baldwin trial. He's been waiting for this day for a few years now. It's been a bit. Court will begin shortly. We're looking, I guess, 30 minutes ish. So we've got a little bit of time to kill. So it's just you, me, and everyone else here on the internet. We got 260 people watching as we run up to the trial. I've got the court cam going here right now. We'll bring that up here in just a little bit so that we don't miss anything. But gosh, what's going to be happening? Oh, so many things we can do. And you know what? There's 267 people here right now, and we already have 150 likes. And all you've seen so far is this damn handsome mug. So, hey, I'm glad for that. But 105 of you need to get down there, smash that like button while we're just sitting here chatting, just us Loraxes and people. Yeah, just do that. And if you subscribe to all the YouTube stuff, we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But we've got some time here. We got some time to catch up, some time to chit chat while we wait for court to get underway. And one of the most important things you're going to be doing as a viewer on this channel, anybody else that does this is just copying me. They're just copying me. If you see anyone else doing this, this is the original place. This is the one and only place that you're going to be able to see the authentic, the original Baldwin Big Bang Bullet bingo, people. Exactly. Get up there. Yeah, you got it. You got it, Swan Lake lady. This is it. We need to get up there. Right up there at the top of chat is a pinned message. This says Baldwin Big Bang Bullet bingo card, and it has a link. Click on that link, and it's gonna have another little window's gonna pop up, and it's gonna say generate card. Click on that link, and you are gonna have your very own Baldwin Big Bang Bullet bingo card. So this is the only place you're getting trial bingo, unless someone's out there copying me. We loved it for Karen Reed. It worked out quite nice. Oh, how disrespectful to play bingo, over the body of a dead person, you may say. Well, let me tell you, it's actually a big help. It's actually a big tool, just like... Sorry.
Phrasing.
All right. It's a useful device. Oh man. Yeah, it's a big tool, just like never mind. It's a teaching device. The bingo card helps us stay a little bit focused. It helps us pay a little bit more attention to what's being said, because quite frankly, some of these trials can get quite boring. This is no exception. You have to pay a little closer attention. You have to look. You have to be on top of your game. So while this may seem disrespectful, it's actually a helping tool, a teaching tool, a useful device to make sure we're still paying attention. This trial, the trial of Alec Baldwin on manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter charges, is expected to last 8 days. That's through the end of next week. The judge has given the prosecutor, well, hasn't given them. They've asked for and received 5 days for the prosecution, 3 days for the defense. 8 days, that takes us through Friday of next week. Greg Herrick. Yeah, we're going to go over the bingo card. Exactly, Susan D. Bingo is active listening. And Flux is just pussy frogging. That's what we're doing. All right, here's the bingo card. Let's go over the bingo card, and then we'll bring up the court feed and continue to watch that as we count down to trial. All right, where's my bingo card? Here we go. Share. Alec Baldwin bingo card. Da, da, da. This is the Alec Baldwin Big Bang Bullet bingo card. Again, right at the top of chat, click the link that's pinned up there and click on generate card, and you are on fire. Of course, the first thing you're going to want to do is click that free space. All you have to do is click on it. Now, what we're doing is this: any time a certain event happens, or anytime a certain phrase or reference is made. Every time a phrase is uttered or a reference is made, if it's on the bingo card, it gets blocked off. And the only thing you win is the honor of A, being in the first batch of bingo people, because ordinarily several people will hit it at once, or just your job well done. I have no idea how this is going to go. This could be very easy. It could be very hard, and it will evolve as the case goes on. We sort of look for more things. Like for the Karen Reed trial, we had the what if any box. We had the who if any box. We had the judge sighing loudly. We had very specific things that tended to crop up occasionally, like just enough to be annoying. Well, except for in the case of like the what if any, then it was just constantly annoying. What the hell was that? Oh, that was weird. Oh, I think it was court audio. I was looking around trying to figure out what made that weird noise. It's the court audio. All right, nothing's happening. They're just showing outside the courthouse. All right, this is the bingo card. Anytime someone mentions the word cowboy, if somebody mentions the word cowboy, mark it off. If the lawyers call for a sidebar, if someone mentions the phrase dummy round, full load, they like talking about full loads. Halls, if Mr. Halls is mentioned, Anytime someone says that they're not an expert, or Alec Baldwin is not an expert, or he claims to be not an expert, anything like that, anytime that someone mentions they're not an expert, anytime they mention pulling the hammer back, or cocking the hammer is another thing they can mention. Bullet cart. They had the ammunition on a cart there, and that's where Hannah Gutierrez kept the ammunition. Apparently, anytime they mention the cart, cross draw, because that's what he was doing. He was doing a cross body draw, cross body draw, whatever. If there's anything like that, if the judge calls for a sidebar, pulled the trigger. Anytime someone says pulled the trigger. Live ammunition on set. Anytime someone mentions there being live ammunition on the set, well, not every time, just the first time. Phantom of the courtroom. We don't know. I'm just assuming that there's going to be a fan, because Law and Crime and Court TV, they love focusing on the fans during breaks and whatnot. We'll call this one the Phantom of the courtroom, unless or until someone comes up with a better name. The Karen Reed fan, that was nicknamed the Phantom. That was not the Phantom of the courtroom. That's this one. It was Ceiling Dion. Ceiling Dion was the court fan in the Karen Reed trial. Anytime someone mentions a live round, so we've got dummy rounds and live rounds and blank rounds. Full cock. If they talk about a full cock, we mark it off. Dog cam. If we unleash doggo cam here, the emotional support potato pig dog cam, then we get a mark off the dog cam square. Low budget, because this was a low budget movie. And they just talk about not having the budget or being low budget, or something like that. Anytime they mention a problem with the budget. Half cock, when they talk about when they talk about a half cock. So we've got half cock, full loads. Anytime they talk about all that salacious stuff, we mark off our bingo card. Gutierrez Reed, anytime there's a mention of Hannah and other onset accidents, because there was a couple of other discharges. There was a couple of other dare we say preliminary discharges, early discharges, wink wink. This reads like a filthy bingo card, doesn't it? Early discharges, half cock, full load. And anytime they mention the SAG, the Screen Actors Guild rules, because that sort of seemed to be kind of something the defense was focusing on. Well, the rules, the acting union rules didn't call for it, but that the SAG rules, the Screen Actors Guild rules, should not be confused with just the regular union, because they blamed a lot of the problem on the unions. There was union problems, the union went on strike, whatnot. People walked off the set. Anytime they mention the union, not the Screen Actors Guild union rules for what actors are supposed to do, and anytime someone mentions, not anytime, the first time, prop gun. So anytime we have cowboy, lawyer calls for sidebar, dummy round, full load, Halls, not an expert, pull the hammer, bullet cart, cross draw, judge calls for sidebar, pulled the trigger, live ammunition on set, Phantom of the courtroom, live round, blank round, full cock, dog cam, low budget, half cock, Gutierrez Reed, other on-set accidents, SAG rules, union, and prop gun. Those are the introductory, those are the initial day one bingo card squares. And we'll watch it today and see if there needs to be adjustments made, and we will adjust them accordingly for tomorrow's bingo card. All right, let's bring up the court feed so that we don't miss a moment of this stunning and exciting action. Where are we? Oh dear. Let's see. What is that? Oh yes. One thing. Today, July 10th. It's July 10th, isn't it? July 10th is the birthday of a famous Austrian. Not that Austrian, not the one that's a failed painter. Today is the birthday of Nikola Tesla. So happy birthday to Nicholas Tesla. Rest in peace. And sorry the government stole all your shit because of Thomas Edison. Where are we at here? Court feed. Share. Right. There's the Law and Crime court feed. Court will begin shortly. hopefully in about 14 minutes. Hopefully. We'll have to see. They can start right on time. It could be like the not the Hannah. It was the Karen Reed trial where we had to wait for like an hour for the jury. Oh, hey, God, they might start early. Holy shits balls. We're ready to go. Holy crap. Well, that doesn't happen very often. All right. Well, the seal of approval. Well, you know what? You know what? You are correct. Okay. All right. Can I say something in my own defense here, people? I've been called to task. Wasn't he from Croatia? We have other people saying he was born in Serbia, not Austrian. He was born in Croatia in 1856, which at the time was part of the Austrian Empire. So, it was the Austrian Empire at the time. It's Croatia now, but in 1865, it was the Austrian Empire. So there, history lesson. All right. Okay. Guess it was false alarm. Oh, we're back. Whispering. We've got court whisperings. DUI guys in court today. Don't see. I see the Halyna girl back there. Is that the Halyna girl right back there in the middle next to suit guy? Isn't that the Halyna girl? No, not seeing a DUI guy there. Are we seeing now? I thought that was like half of Chandler's face. That wasn't half of Chandler's face, I guess. Anyway. Oh, we have Geraldo Rivera sitting there dude's got a sus haircut. Who is that guy? All right. I want to know who that guy is that looks like Geraldo Rivera in disguise. No. All right. Your cousin is there filming for CBS. That's cool. Why is Karen Reed there? Is that Stephen Baldwin? Is it? Is that Stephen Baldwin? I thought Stephen Baldwin hated everybody in the family. Let me see. Let me full screen this. That is Stephen Baldwin. It certainly is. Huh. If not, it's a damn good lookalike if that's not Stephen Baldwin. It's one of the is it Billy that hates everybody? Yeah, that's I forget who's the God-fearing Christian that hates. Is that Billy or is that Stephen? So that Stephen's there. All right. That's the gunslinger himself right there. That's the man from the Dark Tower right there. We got the gunslinger. Chandler's not there today. Okay, well, Larry is tweeting. I'm all over it. He must be on the other half of the courtroom. Well, all right. It was the awkward head shape. That's why I went full screen over here on my end he's making duck lips. It's the Baldwin duck lips. Stephen is Christian. Billy is married to Cynthia Phillips. So Stephen's the one that hates everybody in the family, right? Anyway, I still think that's a Halyna girl behind him. Yeah, he's got his earpiece in. Will Justin Bieber be there too? Idris Elba is there. Oh man, That movie, the Dark Tower movie could have been so much better. Poor Idris Elba. Poor was it Woody Harrelson? Was he the one that was in it, or was Matthew McConaughey? Anyway, they're brothers. I don't know. We all know that Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey are brothers, right? It's if you don't know and you think I'm crazy, look into it. I don't think Steven hates the family. I think they hate him. Meat Popsicle. What is unnecessary? This whole trial is unnecessary, but Meat Popsicle? What particularly? What is unnecessary in your view? Idris was fabulous as Luther. Luther's a great series, yeah. I like all the Baldwins. They're great actors. Jules, I don't know if you're being facetious or not. I really don't. I in my humble opinion, or in my never to be humble opinion, the focus on Steven was unnecessary. Lol. Yeah, okay, but he's mugging for the camera. He's looking sufficiently duck lippy back there. But I want to know who this Geraldo Rivera mother ever behind, like sitting behind the hot dog girl. The guy with the sus hair. So Baldwin is being defended by Jeff Bezos, and the hot dog girl is watching. Pretty much. Hayden, what's your deal, Hayden? Are you going to sleep, or are you hanging around and got nothing better to do? If it's the latter, let me know. All right. So, listen, can we see if we know anybody here? Yeah, if DUI guy's in the courtroom, he must be on the prosecution side of the table. And Wolverine has just entered, apparently. So cool. I don't know what's going on here. Is it a lady? See, this is what I was going to say when Jules said that all the Baldwins are amazing actors. Yeah. I will just say that I think I'm trying to think of the last good Alec Baldwin movie that I saw. It would seriously either be Beetlejuice or The Shadow. I think those were like the two last good movies he did. The Shadow and Beetlejuice. Now, I'm not ashamed to say I'm Team Baldwin, so bring on the heat. I can take it. Now, see, Steven is okay. Steven and Billy's not bad. Alec is the one that's like super famous that I think is the worst of the clan. The Baldwin I wish was actually part of the Baldwin family that is a really good actor is Adam Baldwin. I wish Adam Baldwin was one of the Baldwins. He's just a Baldwin. He's not one of the Baldwins. What about Thomas the Tank Engine? He was the conductor. Can't say as I've watched it. I was just about ready to gouge my own eyes out to not ever have to read it or watch the cartoons ever again when my son was young. Yeah. Adam is just. I heard they are. There's no relation whatsoever between them, but I could be wrong. That's what I said. Daily Quick Bites. He's just a Baldwin. He's not one of the Baldwins. Oh yes, he is arrogant. He is arrogant. Now, one thing that's going to end. Oh, now I'm trying to think of Bullet Train. Alec is a Diesel. Ringo Starr was the narrator for Thomas in the UK. Yeah, that's the one I watched with my son again and again and again and again and again and again, etc., etc. Bob the Builder, Thomas the Tank Engine. God, those are just Adora the Explorer. And we had a full-on, and that was the one thing that the ex and I agreed on. We had one thing. The one thing we agreed on with the relationship, child rearing whatsoever, was a complete and total Barney ban in the house. Barney was just totally off limits. We were in deep-seated agreement to that. He's an arse to be sure, but Alec Baldwin. Oh, see, now I gotta. I wish I had time. God dang it! I'm gonna have to see if I can whip up some sound bites just for this trial. Was the best Jack Ryan. Hunt for Red October. Yeah, okay, all right. Not just because he was first. We can do that. Okay, I'll give you that. All right. While the court's standing up, Jill M's. Jeff, do we need to talk about how different people deal with grief or stress different? Hopefully we don't get into that in this trial. Because he certainly didn't have any grief or remorse other than for, oh my God, what could this do to my career and insurance rates, which he talked about in his interview we watched yesterday. Thank you so much, Jill M's, for kicking us off in the super chat machine here. And as always, the super chats, once this gets underway, we'll flash them up on the screen, and then we'll read them during natural breaks and whatnot, so we don't talk over the trial too much. Make sure we still got a big giant mute sighting up there. Mandy, hi Mandy, how you doing? With $2 just for no reason. Thank you very, very much, Mandy. Appreciate that. Cherry Reed with the $5 donating to PupCam. We're on our way. We're about 1/3 of the way to Doggo Cam, a little more than 1/3. And Wendy Bono, what's up? Hi, Jeff. Is that a picture of an alien to your right? To my right? That is I should do a room thing. We haven't done a room thing, so a lot of people don't know. That's a picture of Cthulhu rising from the depths of Riley. And up there is, see if I can tilt it up. That's Cthulhu coming up out of this ship. I guess we should do this. We should do this bigger, huh? So you can see what's going on. Where's the... Okay, they're swearing. I don't know if she's counting jurors. Let's see. No, that's not what I want to do at all, is it? Holy crap, what am I doing here? There we go. Yeah, that's Cthulhu coming up out of the depth.
The matter I'm calling is D101CR 2024-13, State of New Mexico
and
versus
that's the Cthulhu
Alexander
coming up out of Riley
Baldwin.
over there. All right, let's get back to business here.
All right, jury, what are you doing?
All right, jury, what are you doing?
So, I have already sworn you in, if you'll recall, yesterday. Okay. And now I'm going to explain some trial procedure. First of all, I want you to know this trial is being filmed, but you are not being filmed.
Not filmed, broadcast.
Will not be filmed at all throughout within the courtroom, okay? All right. So I'm going to
we'll read these super chats later.
As you know, I'm going to reread the grand jury indictment. It's very formal, so we'll go with that. Count 1, involuntary manslaughter, negligent use of a firearm, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, State of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe NM 87508. The above named defendant did cause the death of Halyna Hutchins in the commission of negligent use of a firearm. Count 1 in the alternative, involuntary manslaughter, without due caution or circumspection, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, State of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507. The above named defendant did cause the death of Halyna Hutchins by an act committed with the total disregard or indifference for the safety of others, and the act was such that an ordinary person would anticipate that death might occur under the circumstances. Again, Mr. Baldwin is presumed innocent. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What I say now is the introduction of the case and the instructions.
All right. Here we go. Here's the instructions that they're going to have to go
Along
through.
with those instructions previously given, these are preliminary only and may be changed during or at the end of trial. First of all of you must pay close attention to the evidence. After you have heard all of the evidence in the case, I will read the final instructions of law to you. You will also receive a written copy of the instructions. You must follow the final instructions in deciding this case. And just so you know, there's going to be no transcript available to you. Juries have asked me that, so I'm telling you up front, okay? Again, the trial is expected to last 8 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. That's the trial. That does not include your deliberation time. The usual hours of trial will be from 8:30 to 5, typically, with a half hour for lunch. No, an hour for lunch, and then a morning break and an afternoon break. Again, please report to the jury lounge no later than 8:30 unless we're instructing you otherwise for different reasons. But in your mind, you can always expect 8:30 to be here, okay? Do not come into the courtroom unless you are accompanied by my bailiff, Steve, okay? You may take water into the courtroom with you, and you can also take coffee or tea or if you have a lid on your cup, okay? We stand up out of respect for you because you are the ultimate decision makers as to the facts in this particular case. So when you come into the courtroom, you can go ahead and be seated, and then we will take our seats. And again, it's important to hear. So please raise your hand at any time you can't hear. Don't be self-conscious about it. Don't wait until a couple of
there are no
questions have
subtitles
been
available
asked.
for this for
You've
some
got
reason.
to, if you can't hear, you've got to shoot that hand up right away, okay? All right, this is a public proceeding, so people may go in and out. You may find yourself looking at who goes in and out, but after a while, you'll get used to it. But if there is anything that is distracting you from being able to listen and be involved in this case, please tell Steve immediately. He'll let me know, and I'll do my best to get rid of the distraction. As you know, the temperature we cannot control. All right, so sorry, we'll try to get the county in here if it plummets too high. I doubt it'll plummet too low. You are allowed but not required to take notes during trial. Steve has given you a pad and a pen? Okay.
Say it,
Please put your
Judge.
name on
Pen
the front
and
page of your
pad.
pad and then take notes beginning on the second page. On breaks, follow Steve's instruction on whether to take the pad with you or whether to leave it on your chair.
There's Hilaria up there.
You don't have to worry about confidentiality. They'll be locked up at night, and when the trial is finished, they'll be shredded. Okay? Don't let your notes take the place of your independent memory of the evidence. When taking notes, please do not forget to pay close attention to the trial. Listening and watching witnesses during their testimony will help you assess their appearance, behavior, memory, and whatever else bears on their credibility. Let's go through the order of trial for those that have not engaged in a criminal trial before. A criminal trial generally begins with the lawyers telling you what they expect the evidence to show. These statements and the statements made by the lawyers during the course of the trial can be of considerable assistance to you in understanding the evidence as it is presented
AV
at
guy,
trial.
stop
Is there
playing with the
something
camera.
distracting you, Juror?
No.
I'm talking to the other one. Okay.
Uh-oh, she's already after the
Statements
jurors.
of the lawyers, however, are not themselves evidence.
Uh-oh.
The evidence will be the testimony of the witnesses, exhibits, and any facts agreed to by the parties. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will give you final instructions on the law. The lawyers will argue the case, and then you will retire to the jury room to arrive at a verdict. It is my duty to decide what evidence you may consider. Your job is to find and determine the facts in this case, which you must do solely upon the evidence received here in court. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to questions, testimony, or exhibits the lawyer believes may not be proper, and you must not hold such objection against the objecting party. I will sustain objections if the question or evidence sought is improper for you to consider. If I sustain an objection to evidence, you must not consider such evidence, nor may you consider any evidence I have told you to disregard. By itself, a question is not evidence. You must not speculate about what would be the answer to a question that I rule cannot be answered. It is for you to decide whether the witnesses know what they are talking about and whether they are being truthful. You may give the testimony of any witness whatever weight you believe it merits. You may take into account, among other things,
The black-haired woman is his wife,
ability
Hilaria.
and opportunities to observe, memory, manner, or any bias or prejudice that the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the testimony considered in light of all of the evidence of the case. No ruling, gesture, or comment I make during the course of the trial should influence your decision in this case. At times, I may ask questions of witnesses. If I do, such questions do not in any way indicate my opinion about the facts or indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witnesses. Questions by jurors. Ordinarily, the attorneys will develop all pertinent evidence. It is the exception rather than the rule that an individual juror will have an unanswered question after all of the evidence is presented. However, if you feel an important question has not been asked or answered, write it down on a piece of your notepaper and give it to Steve before this is important, before the witness leaves the stand. Okay?
The bailiff, not
I will decide
Stephen
whether
Baldwin.
or when your question will be asked. Rules of evidence or other considerations apply to questions you submit and may prevent the question from being asked. If the question is not asked, please do not give it any further consideration. Do not discuss it with the other jurors, and please do not hold it against either side that you did not get an answer. Conduct of jurors. Again, very important. You must decide the case solely upon the evidence received here in court. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom. During the trial and your deliberations, you must avoid news accounts of the trial, whether they be on radio, television, the internet, or in a newspaper or other written publication. You must not visit the scene of the incident on your own. You cannot make experiments with reference to the case, and in this day and age, you cannot Google or research any of the subject matter of this case. Until you retire to deliberate the case, you must not discuss this case or the evidence with anyone, including each other. Very important, as I said yesterday, when you go in that room, you don't talk about the case. You wait until you are a jury that is deliberating, okay? If an exhibit is admitted in evidence, you should examine it yourself and not talk about it with other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibility as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy, bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidence in this case, please continue to wear your jurors' badges while in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, report that fact immediately to Steve. Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators, either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or elevators, there's nothing wrong with saying a good morning or a good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, and witnesses do not greet you outside of court or avoid riding in the same elevator with you, they are not being rude. They are just carefully observing. All right, so we're going to begin the case. The case starts with opening statements. The state begins first because they have the burden of proof, and then the defendant. All right, go ahead, counsel.
All right, while he's coming up.
Just one quick housekeeping matter while Ms. Johnson's getting set up.
All right.
All right, I'm not going to call that as a sidebar. That's a housekeeping matter, she said. So we're not going to count that as a sidebar. But Jill M says, sorry, my movie is Cat in the Hat. Irish I was drunk. Big Tool, full load, full cock 18 plus stream. I know, right? That's the bingo card. We've got the saucy bingo card. Let's see. Angie Hammond with the $5. A fourth juror in the Karen Reed case has confirmed not guilty on murder count. Interesting. I hadn't heard that news yet. This summer is wild in 3 courthouses. Oh, summer ain't over yet. Who knows what's going to happen? Josh with the $5. Check his ID. We don't want to identify and convict the stunt double. Nice. Mandy with the $2. Anyone else missing Judge As Karate already? We love Judge As Karate. She was the best. Jill M's. Jeff is a transcript. And what is used for? I got the first part of that. Not sure what the last part is. Xcomer Triple Z, how you doing? Bet you Baldwino or Baldwino will make a movie about this. Probably. Wouldn't put it past him. All right. Let's see. Now there's been a chat that makes me, I have to run into the other room real quick. Dang it. Nobody move, or I'm going to start blasting. Hang tight. I'm going to be right back. Right back. Hang on.
Thank you. Good morning. When someone plays make-believe with a real gun in a real-life workplace, and while playing make-believe with that gun violates the cardinal rules of firearm safety, people's lives are endangered, and someone could be killed. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what this case is about. It's simple, straightforward. The evidence will show that someone who played make-believe with a real gun and violated the cardinal rules of firearm safety is the defendant, Alexander Baldwin. You will hear over the course of the next few days that in the fall of 2021, a movie called Rust began filming at the Bonanza Creek Ranch just south of Santa Fe in Santa Fe County. You will learn that this movie was a Western with a lot of gun action. And while it was a movie set, it was a real-life workplace for many people. But you will hear this workplace was on a tight budget. And you will learn
low budget
that some of the people who were hired to work at this workplace were very inexperienced. And one of those was the armorer, a very young woman named Hannah Gutierrez Reed. You will hear testimony from crew members who worked on the set, who will tell you that to them, Ms. Gutierrez's inexperience was obvious.
Mark off Gutierrez Reed on your bingo card.
You will also learn that this workplace has some talented people. And one of those was the director of photography, a vibrant 42-year-old rising star named Halyna Hutchins. You will also learn that the director of this film was Joel Souza, another talented individual who cares deeply for his projects. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that like in many workplaces, there are people who act in a reckless manner and place other individuals in danger and act without due regard for the safety of others. That, you will hear, was the defendant, Alexander Baldwin, the lead actor on this film. You will learn that this movie began filming on or about October 6, 2021. But the defendant did not arrive on set to begin working until about October 13. And you will learn that prior to arriving on the set to work, he requested to be assigned the biggest gun available. So he was assigned this revolver, a replica of an 1873 single-action revolver manufactured by Pieta Firearms in Italy.
Prop YouTube.
You will hear from Alessandro Pieta, who will tell you he manufactured this gun. And he will tell you he manufactured it in 2015. And he will explain the quality control measures
They're calling Pieta
that
as a
Pieta
witness?
Firearms
Cool.
follows in order to ensure that firearms that are manufactured by Pieta Firearms don't have any problems or issues. Mr. Pieta will tell you that this firearm he himself manufactured, and that when Pieta sent it to EMF, which is the company that distributes firearms for Pieta Firearms in the United States, this gun was in perfect working condition. You will hear from Justin Neal, who is a representative of EMF, a company out of California that has historically been known to provide firearms to the movie industry. Mr. Neal will tell you that when EMF received this firearm in 2017, it was in perfect working order. And in fact, when EMF had this firearm, it was subjected to numerous quality control inspections because it was used as a show gun at gun shows. The evidence will show that in September of 2021, an individual by the name of Seth Kenny was contacted by the folks with Rust Production. They asked Mr. Kenny if he would be able to provide some firearms for the filming, for use during the filming of Rust. You will learn that Mr. Kenny owns PDQ Firearm and Prop. It's a duly licensed firearms dealership. Mr. Kenny then contacted EMF and ordered several single-action replica revolvers. And in September, or on September 29, 2021, Mr. Kenny purchased this gun. And you will hear that Mr. Kenny received it from EMF, and it was in perfect working order. The only thing that Mr. Kenny did to this gun was to insert the firing pin, because since it was a show gun, it didn't have a firing pin. But you'll learn that that's a very easy step. All he had to do was just insert the pin, and that's it. And then Mr. Kenny had the firearms, this one and some other firearms, transferred to the set of Rust at the Bonanza Creek Ranch. And on October 13th, 2021, the defendant was supposed to have a training session with this gun and this young armorer. But you will see that during this training session, the defendant had somebody or a couple of people filming him while he's running around shooting this gun.
Yep.
You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, or you'll hear during this trial the use of the words prop gun.
And bingo.
And you'll learn
bingo card.
A prop gun is this real gun. It's not a toy. It's not made of rubber. It's a real gun. You will also see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that during the days before that fateful October 21st day, the defendant handled this firearm multiple occasions. You will see video footage of the defendant firing this firearm, working perfectly fine. But you'll see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that each time the defendant handled this firearm, he did not do a safety check with that inexperienced armorer. And you'll hear that the reason he didn't do a safety check is because he didn't want to offend her. The evidence you will see will paint a real-life picture of a real-life workplace where this defendant mishandled this gun. You will see him using this gun as a pointer to point at people, to point at things. You will see him cock the hammer when he's not supposed to cock the hammer. You will see him put his finger on the trigger when his finger's not supposed to be on the trigger.
Cock the hammer, pull the hammer,
You will
mark that
hear
up on the bingo card, pull the hammer.
about numerous breaches of firearm safety with this defendant and this use of this firearm. And the evidence will show that on the morning of October 21st, 2021, the camera crew walked off set. And you will learn that one of the reasons that camera crew walked out is because they were concerned over safety breaches with the use of firearms. The evidence will show that the morning of October 21st started out a couple of hours behind. They filmed some scenes at this church on the Bonanza Creek Ranch. And you will see that one of those scenes required the defendant to pull out his gun. This was in the morning. Pull out his gun, and you'll hear the director tell him, pull it out and hold it. And the first time, you'll see evidence the defendant does what the director tells him. But you will hear the director tell you that many times the defendant would do his own thing. So then the director in the morning asked him, okay, do it again, just like you did now. The defendant pulls out the gun, but this time he cocks the hammer. The evidence will show they then broke for lunch. And around 1:30 or so, they came back to this church to do what's called a blocking. The evidence will show that Ms. Hutchins wanted to do a blocking for an insert. And you will learn what a blocking is, just working out the details of the moves of the actor. It wasn't even a rehearsal. You will hear from one of the witnesses who walked into the church and saw the defendant kind of playing with his gun. And then you will see evidence or hear evidence that Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were talking to the defendant about doing this insert. And the insert was just supposed to be from here to here. And it was supposed to be of the defendant just slowly taking his gun out of his holster, and just holding it at an angle. The evidence will show that someone asked the armorer to bring the defendant's gun to him. And she did. She brought it into the church, showed it to David Halls, who you will learn was the first assistant director. The gun was empty. Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. But then you will hear that Ms. Gutierrez was given the gun back, and she took it and loaded it with dummy rounds. And what you will learn is that dummy rounds are inert rounds.
Mark off dummy rounds.
They look like real rounds, but they are very easy to tell that they are not because they'll rattle. Ms. Gutierrez then went back to the church, showed the revolver to the first assistant director very fast. They only checked about 3 rounds, very quick. And they missed 1 round. You will learn that one of the rounds in that revolver was a real round.
Mark off live round.
And the evidence will show that Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. And what you will learn is that once again, the defendant failed to do a gun check or a safety check with this armorer. So he takes the firearm, puts it in his holster. Then Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were doing this blocking. And the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that the defendant, again, did his own thing. You will hear from an individual by the name of Kent Jorgensen. Mr. Jorgensen will tell you that he's been involved in drafting and revising movie set safety rules. You will learn that these movie set safety rules require actors like the defendant to treat every firearm as though it's loaded, to never point a firearm at another person, and to never put your finger on the trigger unless you're prepared to shoot or to destroy whatever's in front of you. The evidence will show that on October 21st, 2021, after that lunch break, the defendant once again violated those set safety rules. And during this blocking, the director had instructed him to just slowly take out that gun and just hold it at an angle. But you will see that the defendant takes it out quickly the first time, points it. And you will hear witness testimony who will tell you the first time he does it, his finger is on or around the trigger. He does it again, takes it out very fast, points it. And once again, you will hear testimony that his finger was on or around the trigger. And the evidence will show that that third and fatal time, he takes it out once again, fast, hammer's cocked, he cocks the hammer, points it straight at Miss Hutchins, and fires that gun, sending that live bullet right into Miss Hutchins' body. You will learn that this bullet was a .45 caliber round that entered Miss Hutchins' body right underneath her right underarm. It perforated her right lung. It traveled through her spine, lacerating her spinal cord, and then it exited on the left side of her back.
God.
That bullet then went into Joel Souza's right shoulder, and it came to rest in his back, from where doctors removed it once he was transported to St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Ms. Hutchins did not have the same fate. You will see the aftermath of the shooting, and you will see medics frantically working to save Ms. Hutchins, to stabilize her, to transport her, to airlift her to UNM Hospital. But the damage from that bullet was too much. Ms. Hutchins succumbed to her injuries and bled to death. The evidence will show that meanwhile, after the shooting, the defendant began to claim he didn't pull the trigger.
Markov pulled the trigger.
The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that's not possible. You will hear from Mr. Pieta himself, who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of the trigger. You will hear from firearms experts who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of that trigger. The evidence will show that law enforcement officials arrived at the scene on October 21st after the shooting and immediately took this gun into their custody. Then later, they asked the FBI for assistance in processing this gun for forensics and examination. You will learn that the gun and some ammunition that was taken from the set and from PDQ arms were sent to the FBI for analysis. You will learn that the gun first went to the DNA section of the lab, where a DNA analyst found the defendant's DNA on this gun. And then the gun was transferred to the firearms and tool mark section of the lab, where a firearms examiner examined this gun very carefully and closely. Bryce Ziegler, who is the firearms examiner for the FBI, will tell you that when he received this firearm, he first examined it. He didn't see any defects, didn't see any modifications. He tried and he checked the hammer in the 3 different positions, cocking positions.
Say it.
He checked the quarter cock position, fine. Checked the half cock position.
There you go.
Fine. Checked the full cock position.
There you go.
Fine. And when he held it in the full cock position, you will hear that hammer held until he pulled the trigger. You will also hear that Mr. Ziegler test fired this gun 12 different times. And each time that gun fired as it was designed. Each time when he pulled that trigger, it fired. And he will tell you that not once did this gun malfunction or discharge on its own. Now, the evidence will show that because the defendant had been claiming that he didn't pull the trigger, Mr. Ziegler suggested one last test to the Sheriff's Department. Mr. Ziegler told the Sheriff's Department that he could do what's called an accidental discharge test. He obtained authorization to do this test, and you will hear that he left that test for last because that test could potentially damage the gun. Mr. Ziegler went forward after he received this authorization and conducted the accidental discharge test. And you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that during that test, a couple of the internal components of this firearm damaged. You will hear that the trigger sear and the full cock hammer notch were damaged during the accidental discharge testing. The evidence will show, however, that before this accidental discharge testing by the FBI, this gun functioned and worked perfectly fine. You'll see the video footage of the multiple occasions during which the defendant used this firearm on the set, and each time he fired it, it was working just fine. And in fact, you'll hear evidence that the defendant himself admitted in December of 2021 that this gun didn't have any mechanical problems. You will hear from the two of the country's leading experts on firearms forensics, Michael Hague and Lucian Hague. And they will tell you that they examined the revolver and the damaged pieces extensively. They will tell you that the damage to the full cock trigger notch is consistent with the accidental discharge testing that was conducted by the FBI. Lucian Hague will tell you that in August of 2023, he examined the trigger sear, the other piece, and that when he looked at it initially with the naked eye, there was nothing wrong with it. He couldn't see anything. But then he put it under the microscope, and he noticed some kind of rough microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear. And since at the time he did not know how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test, he opined that these very small microscopic lines were likely not caused by the FBI accidental discharge testing, but he could not exclude that as the source of those lines. Then a few weeks ago, Mr. Hague will tell you that he spoke with Mr. Ziegler, and he learned how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test. Mr. Ziegler explained that he affixed that firearm onto a fixed platform and then struck the firearm on 6 different planes with a rubber mallet. And Mr. Ziegler explained to Mr. Hague that he had not affixed the mallet to another fixed device. Instead, he did it freehand. Mr. Hague will tell you, with his 50 plus years of experience as a firearms forensics expert, he opined or concluded that those very tiny microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear were likely caused by the FBI's accidental discharge test. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that regardless of how those tiny microscopic lines got on that trigger sear, these firearms experts will tell you that those would not affect the functionality of this firearm. At the end of this case, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to conclude and be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that on October 21st, 2021, that gun the defendant had asked to be assigned worked perfectly fine as it was designed, and that the fatal and one of the main problems that afternoon of October 21st was that the defendant didn't do a gun safety check with that inexperienced armorer. He pointed the gun at another human being, cocked the hammer, and pulled that trigger.
That's kind of it.
Disregard for Ms. Hutchins' safety. And you will be convinced that the only true and just verdict in this case, so that true justice can be served, is a verdict of guilty to involuntary manslaughter. Thank you.
That was a good solid opening. I like that. Hit the elements of the crime one by one. And Jill M says, what is a transcript and what is it used for? Yeah, it's a transcript. In case anyone actually doesn't know, it's just a transcript of everything that's said, and it's used to refer to later, but the jury can't use it. Fun Dian's been a member for 21 months. Baldwin's a member of the Film Actors Guild. He'll act his way out. If you know, you know. Did he literally hit it with a hammer? Yeah, as he testified to. He kind of did. The FBI hit it with a mallet to do this test. It's a pretty Brandon Herrera. If you look at his video, he did the same test to show what happened. They literally essentially had to break the gun in order to get it to do what Alec Baldwin said it did.
Proceed. Thank you.
Cthulhu's overrated. Yog Sothoth is the OG.
This was an unspeakable tragedy, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. He was an actor acting, playing the role of Harlan Rust. An actor playing a character can act in ways that are lethal, that just aren't lethal on a movie set. These cardinal rules, they're not cardinal rules on a movie set. And I don't have to tell you much more about this because you've all seen gunfights in movies. And the reason that can happen is because safety is ensured before the actor.
Well, that's some bullshit, dude.
On this movie set, there were people responsible for ensuring the safety of the set and the firearm. Those people failed in their duties, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. The most critical issue in this case is how a real bullet got on a movie set. The evidence will show that real bullets are never supposed to be on movie sets. Movie sets use dummies and blanks. Movie sets use dummies, fake inert bullets that look like real bullets, they don't go bang, for when you want a close-up of the gun. You can't tell them apart from live bullets by looking at them, which is why live bullets can be nowhere near a movie set. And if the director wants a shot of the gun going, bang, poof, there's blanks that they can use. And those blanks look nothing like real bullets.
Bang, poof.
And they are used for those shooting scenes. And, they'll play these videos that they described of Alec's, firearm in the movie going bang, poof. And people are conditioned to seeing people firing weapons and thinking that's a dangerous act. That's a dangerous act. And they will play those videos and give you that image to try to tarnish him in your eyes. But that's not what happened here. On this set, there was a real bullet, something that should never be on a movie set, something which has nothing to do with making a movie. And you will hear no evidence, not one word, that Alec Baldwin had anything to do with that real bullet being brought onto that set.
That doesn't matter.
The second critical issue in this case is why did a real bullet get loaded into a prop movie gun? It is undisputed that the bullet was loaded into the gun by the armorer, the person on set whose responsibility it was to ensure the gun was safe. And so picture that moment of the armorer placing a live bullet into that firearm. You hear the prosecutor say, he did this or he performed in a certain way. He picked out the biggest gun as his prop. It's to tarnish him in your eyes. You will hear no evidence whatsoever. No evidence that anything Mr. Baldwin did, that something he did in that moment, that horrible moment when she put that bullet in that gun, none of it had anything to do with Alec Baldwin. And finally, the first assistant director's job, the head of safety, Dave Halls, checks it before it goes to the actor. And he will tell you he made a tragic mistake. He failed to detect a live bullet. And Alec Baldwin had nothing to do with that either. So all this evidence that the prosecutor just outlined, all of it, has nothing to do with these critical issues. Nothing. Which leads us to this. The evidence will show that on a movie set, safety has to occur before the gun is placed in the actor's hands. In this case, this unique case on a movie set, the prop gun was placed in Mr. Baldwin's hands and cold gun was announced, meaning it had been checked and double checked by those responsible to ensure the gun was safe. It was just a prop. They all thought it was just a prop and could do no harm. The actor's job is to act, to rehearse, to choreograph his moves, to memorize his lines. He's Harlan Rust. He's an outlaw running for his life, who in the incident in question, he's pulling a six-shooter to try to defend himself. That's why the gun has to be safe before it gets into the actor's hands. His mind is somewhere else, in the being of another, a century away, an outlaw. He must be able to take that weapon and use it as the person he's acting would. To wave it, to point it, to pull the trigger like actors do, in ways that would be lethal in the real world, but are not lethal on a movie set.
Dude.
And I'm going to show you that scene now before lunch. And if you could just play action.
Play action. Dude.
I'm gonna go find some help.
I don't need no damn help.
You're gonna die if we don't.
He's wounded on the run. Play again. Continue.
All in rust. You just stand up nice and slow, toss any weapons you have.
He's on the church pew, bleeding, his hand gripping the revolver.
Dude, shut up. We're not watching.
He would defend himself against the men in the movie. Play.
One more. You good? Ready?
All in rust. Did you get up nice and slow, toss any weapons you have?
Now notice when he does this, his finger's going to be on the trigger.
Till camera lands.
Yep. Okay, which way? Camera right or left? So camera left for now.
I'll stand right here for you, Alec.
So whip it out. Okay, well, let me get this little grease ready. Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Ready. And set.
Watch his finger on the trigger here, by the way, people. Now, this is not when she got shot. This is before. Finger on the frickin' trigger right there.
They want him to do it again. There's no danger. They want him to do it again.
And set, ready, and action. Arlen Rust.
Finger on the trigger.
Nice.
But we're supposed to believe his finger wasn't on the trigger
we've all
at
seen in
one
movies and
time
television,
when it went off.
performed by thousands of actors. And the scene that continues after lunch is the same scene. It's just not, unfortunately, captured on videotape. And the scene they envisioned and acted out, that prop gun was positioned in the afternoon so close to the camera that you could see inside, that you could feel it. You could feel that it was loaded. And it was loaded, of course, with dummies. Dummies to make it look like a real gun. But this one time, one of those dummies was a real bullet. The real bullet was not known to anyone in that church. Amongst the actors, directors, and crew in the scene, everyone was doing exactly how they go about their business every day on a movie, not as if some lethal element had been included in the environment. You will see creativity and movement and everyone talking and vibrant. No one had any idea that this venomous, toxic element had been inserted into this magic they were creating. But it did. It entered that place. It killed an amazing person. It wounded another, and it changed lives forever. And so to find out what happened on that movie set, you need to do something that the prosecutors could never do. You have to step back and remember what they were doing on a movie set. What were Halyna Hutchins, the cinematographer, Joel Souza, the director, and Alec, Baldwin, the actor, doing on Bonanza Creek Ranch? You know, movies and magic have always been closely associated. The first people that made movies were magicians. And this imagination that happens in movies, you know, King Kong, he can stand above a city, and Superman can fly, horses and snakes and gun battles. For this to all work, for cinematography, what Halyna did to work, for acting to work, You have to be so close to the barrier of real and imagined that the viewer feels that they're there, that it's real.
Well, they were pretty fucking close to real there, weren't they?
The viewer can't see strings from the stuntman. The stuntman must leap. The snake must hiss. And guns happen in movies. All over this country for many decades. Bang, bang. You've all seen it. Guns have been an element of theater and film and television since the earliest of times. Depictions of war and combat, Spartacus, it stirs audiences because it feels real.
There were guns in
Later
Spartacus?
films, Platoon, Apocalypse Now, they showed the unvarnished realities of war. This ranch, Santa Fe, it had been the scene to many gunfights and movie scenes, well before Alec was even born. Laramie, Butch and the Sundance Kid, and these westerns.
Ooh. Lawyer calls for sidebar. Mark that off on your bingo card. Wow. I don't like this guy. He's rehearsed. It sounds rehearsed. It sounds really bad. Stingy with the $2. Wait, Baldwin is real life Doug Funny? And Megan Hunter, RRT, is the state going to call Jensen? Most likely not, but I believe he's on the witness list.
The evidence will show that guns are in movies because movies are about people's lives and guns are in people's lives. So let's talk about the evidence and how the lethal bullet got there. How did this happen and how did it unfold?
Doesn't
the evidence
matter.
will be the following. Everybody on a movie set has a role. The armorer armors, the director directs, the actor acts. They work in harmony, but they have a division of responsibility. Safety being important has the first assistant director, whose name is Dave Halls, above the armorer and the sort of the safety of the set. And on that day in question, the cast and the creative directors and crew in the church, it's a fake church. Their actors are not in their normal clothes. It's costumes. There's debris falling from the ceiling. It's fake debris. And they yell out cold gun. And that is an important term you're going to learn in this case. It means that the gun is cold. No one need worry. But even that requires a little bit more explanation. Cold gun doesn't mean no live bullets. There are for sure 100% no live bullets on movie sets. That's unimaginable. Cold means you don't even have the fake blank poof in it. You don't need to worry even about eye gear or earplugs for that fake bang. It means it's empty, inert, cosmetic, can do no harm. Cold guns can't hurt people. It's impossible. Literally impossible for a cold gun to hurt somebody. You could hurt people by dropping it on your foot. And that's why these artists are carrying on in their art. Cold gun, all clear to go. And the armorer on this set hands a prop gun to Alec, like she had done times before, like people have done with him in movies for a generation. And he's there. He's in the movie set church with his movie set gear and his holster, and he takes his movie set gun. And he's deeply focused in that moment on his character. The artists, the crew members, they're moving around him. Again, no eye gear or earplugs, nothing to protect against. They carry on. They practice. They rehearse. They take a lunch break. Some folks leave, some don't. They continue the scene. Dave Halls, the head of safety, is actually practicing the movement so they can frame the footage that will happen after lunch. And the prop cold gun comes back. The prop cold gun comes back, cold gun. They call it again. Same gun, again, safe. The first assistant director, Dave Halls, head of safety for the entire film, a man with decades of experience, comes and takes the additional step and inspects the gun. Verifies again, cold gun. Everyone relax. Go back to focus on the making of a movie. There's nothing in the gun that can hurt anybody. And Alex sits on that pew. And the creative directors, they're moving around him in front of him. And Harlan Rust, he begins, like the prosecutor told you, rehearsing, acting. This is a completely mundane, uneventful routine.
No rebuttal on openings.
Act on a movie set. On a movie set. And so everybody carries on. Nobody fathomed, imagined, foresaw any possible danger. They moved around Alec as he practiced his draw. As the prosecutor put it, working out the details of the move and the actor. He does it. does it again, does it in a different way. Nobody bats an eye. And they will tell you that the investigation revealed that Baldwin was practicing drawing and pointing the weapon of the scene with guidance and instruction from Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza. The gun goes off. Everybody's shocked. Alec is startled. He immediately says, I didn't mean to shoot I didn't pull the trigger. Immediately. What the hell just happened? They collectively exclaimed.
I didn't mean to pull the
Shock
trigger?
turns to panic. 911 is called.
Did he just say Alec Baldwin says I didn't mean to pull the trigger?
Out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now, we've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. You said someone was shot? 2 people accidentally with gunshots as on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch. Send it. I'll connect you with medical dispatcher. Don't need that. San Jose Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency? No, Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately. Okay. It's this fucking AD that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions. This motherfucker. Did you see him lean over my table and yell at me? He's got to check the guns. He's responsible for what happened in the now, Mimi? No. I'm a strip supervisor. How many people are injured? 2 that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
Accidentally shot on a movie set with a prop gun. The fucking AD, it was his responsibility. Not a word about Alec Baldwin. While they're en route, police, EMS, the cast and crew are outside trying to figure out what happened, frantic, talking to those responsible for the prop and its safety. The armorer is yelling, sorry. Hall's the first assistant director is panicked. The prop master, Sarah Zachary, I don't know exactly where she is at that point, but they check the gun fervishly. They take the ammo out of the gun. They look at it. What the heck happened? They go back to the prop cart that houses the ammo. They're touching the gun and manipulating the gun, emptying it. They go and move some stuff off the prop cart, trying to figure it out. Sarah Zachary, the head of props, will tell you she threw some stuff out. And eventually, of course, EMS and police arrive pretty soon thereafter. And Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza, the director, are transported to the hospital where Halyna tragically passes away. And I'm not going to be asking questions about her condition after she was wounded or the medical interventions that followed. Her injuries, the efforts to revive her, are not in dispute in this case. The evidence will be there. The prosecutor may present some of these emotionally charged images, but we're not going to be asking questions about that, and it's not an issue in dispute in this case. You jurors are allowed to ask yourselves whether or not that should be the focus or the focus should be the evidence. So police enter the scene. They have lapel cameras. Thank God they have lapel cameras. You want to see what happens? The evidence will show you can play the videotape. Want to see if they take the right gun? Play the videotape. Want to make sure what the people said or did, they're remembering correctly? Play the videotape. And so they immediately recover the prop gun and they secure it. That's off to the side. And the reason that you preserve things in the moment is so that you know what existed in the moment, the evidence in the moment, the people and the witnesses and what they said in the moment. These folks, the members of Rust, they'd never been through anything like this before. That is why what they originally said matters so much in this case. If you remember anything I say today as the evidence proceeds, remember that. Look at the evidence of what the people of Rust said and did that day. Life changes, memories change. There are human motivations, internal pressure, external pressure. That's why preservation is so important. So the police continue. In terms of the prop cart and the prop ammo that's on the cart, it's manipulated, altered, kind of messy. And, at this accidental shooting on a movie set, the police begin to make some mistakes. No one had ever investigated a prop gun on a movie set before. They recover the prop gun, but they don't wear gloves. They don't have the prop cart inside the crime scene. Someone moves it onto the crime scene. People start touching it and showing, okay, this is a dummy, this is a blank. And then they make another mistake that matters in this case with some more significance, which is that they don't secure the prop truck that houses the cart. See, that cart that they roll off comes from a truck where all of the ammunition, all of the firearms are, and that's where they're stored. They don't secure the prop truck for several days. And then the prop house that supplies the truck, that supplies the cart, they don't secure for over a month. A lot of mistakes. They had never investigated a case in a movie set. But they had the prop gun. That was key. And so they needed to figure out where the live bullet came from. They had the shell casing, Starline brass. That's the sort of make. You'll hear that phrase, Starline brass. And the police were right to focus on that. That was the lethal element. And so they work outward. Makes good enough sense. Folks around the ammo and the gun to be interviewed at the precinct. The armorer at the precinct. She loaded the live bullet.
Interviewed.
Paul's head of safety. He double checked. And Alec walks up to the police. You'll see this early today. And he says, I'm here, whatever you want to do, whatever you need me to do. Just tell me where to go. And Sarah Zachary, the prop master who threw out the stuff at the cart, they missed her that night to bring to the precinct. But the rest of them at the precinct. And thankfully, we have the lapel cameras.
And then they cleared the gun outside after on his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay.
So the one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper.
I can pause this. I can turn this off. Move on. That was just a quick snapshot of the scene.
Let's approach this is Ms. Johnson.
Uh-oh. Prosecutor's getting pissed. Good for her. This is ridiculous. Adara the Wholesome. So their defense is, I didn't kill him due to my own neglect. I just ended her life by accident because I ignored safety rules. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It seems to be it. And earlier on, someone said, what's the guy going to say? That was Pieta, the guy that made the gun. He's going to say it passed quality control. Yeah, he's going to say, I made a good gun that worked. Yeah, this is how he's the one that knows more about it, how that gun works than anybody else on the planet. So he's going to probably testify to how it works, that it worked just fine and there was no problem with it. Why wouldn't his DNA be on the gun? It's important that they establish that his DNA was on the gun so they can't argue, oh, the gun that was tested, the gun that worked fine.
The remaining witnesses from inside the church are interviewed on the scene.
They tie him to the gun that worked.
They're interviewed with lapel cameras. They're interviewed by the lead detective, Detective Cano. And those witnesses, some of them will come in here and testify. And not a single one of them will tell you anything different than what I'm about to tell you about the evidence. The gun was double checked, verified it was a cold gun, not an actor's responsibility to check. Safety was ensured before. Alec was doing his practicing, his rehearsing, his movements. People manipulate and point guns on movie sets. The gun went off during the rehearsal. No one saw him intentionally pull the trigger. It was obviously a tragic accident, but Alec committed no homicide. Alec took the gun from those charged with its safety. He did not tamper with it. He did not load it himself. He did not leave it unattended. It completed his costume and his character. It was an actor handling a prop and integrating it into the character of Harlan Rust. There was a dedicated professional there, off camera, whose sole sacred responsibility was that prop safety. And Dave Halls, the head of safety, was there by her side. Everyone relied on that. And it was tragic that they let them down. He was just acting as he has done for generations, and it was the safety apparatus that failed them all. So law enforcement continues. They need to find the live bullet. That was the lethal element. So they, led by Detective Cano, execute a search warrant on the church. And that's what law enforcement does. They immediately go to a judge. They say, this is what we need to do. They go into the church urgently before anything can be altered. They're confirming it was an accident, not a crime in the church. They search for guns and ammunition, videos and photos. There was no further answer in the church. They had the prop gun. They had all those witnesses secured. Their statements are clear. Alec had committed no crime, but the bullet was a mystery. And so they focus on the bullet. the critical lethal bullet, and how did it enter the movie set? So they had the prop cart, and then they go do the warrant on the prop truck. And so at that point, and I'm going to put up a photo so that you can see who some of these individuals are. They're trying to figure out when they go to the truck, what is the source of the lethal bullet? And so they execute a warrant on the truck approximately a week later. The Seth Kenny that you heard about in the prosecutor's opening, the supplier for the set, he's there. Sarah Zachary, the prop master, she's there. And they walk through what's inside of the prop truck with law enforcement. But there's no answer to the lethal bullet. And this case then takes on, all this pressure. The media begins swirling. Where is the lethal bullet? How did it get on that movie set? And what about that actor, Alec Baldwin, who had nothing to do with why the bullet got on the movie set? And so police and prosecutors, they work hand in hand, meeting after meeting, trying to find the lethal bullet, meeting with Seth Kenny, meeting with Sarah Zachary, the prop master, the supplier. Where is it? And about a month after the incident, Sarah Zachary finally sits down with law enforcement to answer some questions. And she explains to them that she threw away some stuff. She disposed of some stuff. And the prosecutors and police keep meeting, swirling media. And then at that point, they go to the last step, right? We've done the cart, we've gone to the truck, met with Sarah Zachary, and they go execute a search warrant on, as the prosecutor told you, PDQ, the prop house. And again, Seth Kenny's there to greet them, let them in, and they don't find the lethal bullet. They never did. They never did. And as things roll into police and prosecutors, cell phones and photos and forensics, looking for this shiny object,
they didn't find the brass.
They found another shiny object. Instead of trying to find the source of the lethal bullet, they focused on Mr. Baldwin. But Mr. Baldwin was like every other actor. He goes bang bang in movies. He's told when guns are cold or not. He rehearses and acts as his character. Safety proceeds before the actor. Once the actor has the prop gun, he can handle it however a person he's acting as would. A properly cleared gun can't hurt anybody. And so they told you about some of the things that Alec said in the statements that they will take or picked out a few lines from. But he won't tell you anything different, that he took a gun loaded and cleared by the armorer in the AD. He made motions with the gun as he was rehearsing. He didn't intentionally pull the trigger. The gun just went off. And he does say, I didn't have a problem with the gun before. And this idea, that they said that he didn't want to check because he would offend them, in this moment, he's been doing this for 40 years, the evidence will show. And he has habits, and there are also SAG guidelines that tell actors what to do and what not to do. And the SAG guidelines don't tell actors to check the gun.
Mark off SAG rules.
That's not the actor's role. And so I guess the point that they're trying to make is that why in this specific moment he doesn't break his habit of 40 years and check it differently and sort of insult them this one time. If he had done that and started playing with the gun in that way, they'd be saying, arrogant actor, why is he doing that? So they will play these statements, Alec's statements. You're going to hear a man in shock and grief, a father, an artist, worried about his family. You hear he's, on one of the calls, he's going to meet with the decedent's family, the Hutchins family, and he's upset about that. He will talk to law enforcement. He will call them. He doesn't need a lawyer. He didn't commit a crime. He will call them and offer to meet and speak over and over again. And ask anyone in the acting world. Actors know. Actors rely on armorers and point guns and shoot guns. The Armorers Act, what they did is clear and proven. The head of safety, you will learn, took responsibility for his verification failure. But Alec committed no homicide. So law enforcement didn't have a homicide case against Alec Baldwin, but they changed the question. You heard the prosecutor tell you about this. Did he pull the trigger? Did he pull the trigger? Did he intentionally pull the trigger? And if he did, of course, that would only make his statement incorrect, right? That would mean he would have misspoke, been incorrect. And I want to stop for a moment and just tell you, because you're going to hear a lot of testimony.
What about accidentally pulling the trigger?
Told you about the gun functioning imperfectly. Did he let the hammer down when he cocked it? Did he hit the trigger? Did he, in a calculated manner, as the prosecutor made a motion, fire the gun like that? And when this issue is discussed, it's easy to sort of pull yourself into courtroom land and away from a movie set. On a movie set, you're allowed to pull the trigger. So even if he intentionally pulled the trigger like the prosecutor just demonstrated, that doesn't make him guilty of homicide.
Homicide is not the crime he's charged with, you
that gun was loaded with a live bullet. That's the key. That live bullet is the key. That is the lethal element. But again, as the prosecutor told you, if they could prove that he intentionally pulled the trigger and he was imperfect, imprecise, wrong with what he said, then maybe you take that and you say he's lying. And if he's a liar, he committed homicide. And so what they do is they take.
Does this guy even know what he's charged with?
They're blinded
homicide
by the
one more time,
They're blinded by trying to disprove Alec. They take it and they order a destructive test on the firearm. They order the FBI to take a test that they know will destroy the firearm. It's a pointless, unnecessary test where they blindly try to make this big case by taking a mallet and smashing the firearm. At the time that they did that, they knew that Alec had adamantly maintained that he was manipulating the hammer and the gun just went off. That the witnesses said it went off out of nowhere. That there are these accidental discharges that happen on the set. That guns have issues in the real world. That this gun had a hair trigger. And the owner's manual of this specific gun actually says that if you load it with a live round or any round in the chamber, in that last position, and you drop it like you see a cowboy in a movie, this type of old cowboy gun can accidentally go off. I don't remember hearing anything about that. The evidence will show that. So rather than trying to answer the question of what happened, they proceed with the destructive test. They eliminate the one item, that could prove what Alec said and believed. They didn't offer him a chance to test the gun. They didn't take the gun apart before they broke it and destroyed it and look at its inner workings. They didn't turn on their videotape. They just destroyed it. Can't ever be tested in the same condition it was in that day. Won't ever allow Alec to show his truth. And the destruction of this gun that you will hear in this evidence is symbolic of this entire case. Because the officers will tell you at that point, they weren't really investigating anymore. They were trying to disprove Alec, to get Alec, to have this day. And so after the destruction of the firearm, they hired some expert witnesses you heard about to pick up the pieces, so to speak. And the state retained Lucian Haig, an expert with over half a century of experience. And he will come into court and he will tell you he's never seen anything like this in his entire career. They conducted a pointless test, a test that would lead to inevitable destruction of the firearm. There were other correct tests that they could have done to prove whether or not it could have accidentally discharged. None of the experts can test the gun in the condition it was in on the day in question. Why? Not because of something that Alec Baldwin or the crew members of Rust did. They were all clear. The gun just went off. But because of something that law enforcement did. And they deprived him of that opportunity. However, Lucian Haig will tell you that in his analysis, he did find modification that he thought likely pre-existed the FBI testing. And what that modification means and how it impacted the gun is hard to perfectly know, of course. But it was a modification on an important part, the critical part of the firearm. And it was important enough for them to put into a report and to write a new opinion about. They felt this revelation had to be sent to prosecutors. And they maintained that position, that this modification was a matter of import for almost a year. And then a few weeks ago, before trial, they just took it back. They just took it back. You will get to see the circumstances of that take back. How far they would go for the shiny object. They never solved the question of the lethal bullet. They destroyed the gun, and all they were left with is Alec Baldwin and the movie they intend to put on. But because they never solved the lethal bullet, they eliminated the prop gun. There will not be one witness, not one shred of evidence in this trial that Alec knew or should have known the gun was loaded with a live round. So they can't prove their high-profile homicide case. So they will proceed to then here and now tell you about other things, other evidence that you will hear that has nothing to do with what happened in the church on October 21st. That the movie set as a whole was improper or anything, that they hired the wrong armorer, I think I heard in opening. The evidence will show that the armorer was hired by somebody else, trained by somebody else, had done gun scenes on Rust with somebody else before Alec even got there. She was the daughter and the apprentice of the most famous and well-respected armorer in Hollywood. And she had just left serving, being an armorer for Nicolas Cage on another Western. Then they'll come in and they'll say, but what about the movie guidelines? You heard about Mr. Jorgensen and the movie guidelines, that one of the protocols wasn't followed, or there was a set safety issue about something unrelated to this. Like these movie guidelines on a set or the things of Navy SEALs and NASA. The guidelines were followed. They followed the safety guidelines. Actors don't check the weapons. Safety is ensured by dedicated personnel. So they will say, but there had been accidental discharges on the set, that guns had fired accidentally prior, not related to Alec, by the way. But again, that's the people we looked at. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's fault, Sarah Zachary's fault, perhaps, Dave Hall's faults, workplace issues. Some of them will end up, and you will hear the witnesses in this case, many of them have brought civil lawsuits. And you'll hear that, in those civil lawsuits, they're presenting evidence to try to meet a burden, not a criminal beyond a reasonable doubt homicide trial burden, but they're going to try to prove their cases in civil courts. And that's where faults and accidents are at worst 99% worked out. Not here. But you'll hear these members of the Rust crew come in here. They'll try to make sense of this for you. Some of them have sued. Some of them are in grief. Some of them are in grief and have sued. And part of this grief they feel, that everybody feels, is understandable. And what they will do is they will tell you, if only we had had a second armorer. One of them will say, if only Dave Halls had checked better. If only the camera hadn't been right there and Ms. Hutchins wasn't leaning over the camera. If only I myself did this. If only Alec did that. This is natural, their testimony. It's part of the human condition. It's part of grief.
Objection, Your Honor.
None of them knew.
Yes.
More approaching here. Yeah, he's kind of going into the testifying area here. Little Miss, hey, of all the streams out there, I'm on yours. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All 510 of you, I appreciate you. The kiddo says, why did the good guy from Hunt for the Red October kill this woman? Because he wasn't careful. He's
As I was saying, the witnesses in their grief will look for reasons to try to make sense of this tragedy. But again, none of them knew or should have known about the lethal bullet either. No one had any idea that it was on that set or in that gun. In that world, they were all in it together. And you will hear that none of this other stuff has anything to do with those two critical questions we started with. Why there was a live bullet on set, why the armorer placed it in the gun, and of course, why the head of safety failed to detect it. None of it speaks to whether Alec knew or should have known those things. He didn't. No one on that set did. It was not foreseeable. You will hear that word from the witnesses and from eventually the instructions. Foreseeable. This was anything other than foreseeable. And they must prove beyond any and all reasonable doubt that this was foreseeable. Total indifference to human life, that death might occur. He's an actor. He's an actor. But here we are at a homicide trial. And so they will pull witnesses, and witnesses will be cross-examined. They will push themselves to the edge of truth and beyond. These things about, Alec didn't notice this or Alec didn't notice that. I want to make sure that you're clear on something that the evidence will show. He had been filming on that set for a handful of days. The evidence will show he had just gotten there. It's not as if he had been there for months and months and noticed things and failed things, and he had just gotten there. You don't notice every little thing when you start at a new place and when you're in the character of Harlan Rust. But they will push forward and they will have gaps in the evidence as well. Don't expect you to be hearing and for them to call the first AD head of safety. I don't know if you'll be hearing from the lead detective, Cannell, who investigated this case, the lead detective, or the sergeant that supervised him, Sergeant Zook. I don't think you'll hear from Mr. Schilling, who was the lead investigator for the prosecutors. And so as you hear this, you jurors can assess about that gap of evidence. And there's one thing that I can tell you you will not hear also. You will not hear from an actor or an expert in acting. And so they will play the videotapes of Alec Baldwin, the actor, acting. They will show you perhaps over and over again him in shooting scenes. Bad Alec shooting a gun the wrong way in a movie scene. They will try to get you to picture that and forget that this was a movie set in the first place.
Oh, I hope they bring in
And you
Jensen
will
or
see
another actor now.
actors in a Western acting. And your mind might go to your favorite gun scene in your favorite movie. You may picture actors and actresses doing exactly what you see here. The other actors in Rust doing the same thing that Mr. Baldwin was doing. But when you come back from that moment, remember, this is a homicide trial. And you will see soon that the reason they play those videos of him over and over is because they don't have any evidence of actual homicide. And you will learn the truth. Not a day goes by when we don't wish Alec had saved her life. But never, the witnesses will tell you, in the history, is something that an actor has done. Intercepted a live bullet from a prop gun. No actor in history. No one could have imagined or expected an actor to do that. So just remember that truth. So when they cry out justice, justice is truth. This was an unspeakable tragedy. Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What we're going to do now is we're going to take our morning bathroom break.
Oh, good.
So
I've got
please don't
things
talk
to
among
say.
yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Follow what Mr. Bing tells you to do, and we'll see you back here about 20 of. All right, thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Well, I see people calling for it in chat, so.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you.
All right, let's put this down here so we can talk. I got things to say. Oh man. Well, oh God, where do I even start with this? I've got so many things on my brain here that I honestly don't. I'm speechless because I have no idea where to start. Let's just start at the top. He has been charged with involuntary manslaughter. Involuntary manslaughter. What is involuntary manslaughter in New Mexico? Let me bring this up here. Hang on. What exactly is it? All right, hang on. Let me bail out of this. Make sure the volume is still up so we can hear it when they come back. In case we're not looking, volume is up. We're ready to go. All right. This is the New Mexico statutes for manslaughter. Somewhere. Here we are. New Mexico statutes. Okay. All right. I'm freaking myself out here. Breathe deep. All right. First, what is manslaughter? Manslaughter is the unlawful killing of a human being without malice. So without intention. Oh. Shh. Hush. 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 There we go. I just silence law and crime. It is the unlawful killing of a human being without malice. So what is involuntary manslaughter? It consists of manslaughter, which is the unlawful killing of a human being without malice, without anger, without intent, If you have intent, then it becomes murder. So, it's an accident, basically. Involuntary manslaughter consists of manslaughter committed in the commission of an unlawful act, not amounting to a felony, or in the commission of a lawful act, and he's an actor using a firearm on a movie set is a lawful act. He wasn't doing anything illegal or unlawful when he was doing what he did. In the commission of a lawful act, manslaughter, killing of another human being without malice, in the commission of a lawful act which might produce death in an unlawful manner, or without due caution and circumspection. So, taking the life, killing a human being without malice while doing something lawful in a manner without due caution or circumspection. That's what he's been charged with. And the prosecution laid out how they're going to prove that he did that. The key here is the without due caution and circumspection. That's why the defense lawyer continued to just pound on the idea he didn't have to do it. He didn't have to use caution. He didn't have to do it because someone else was supposed to do it for him. And the prosecution is saying the opposite. He didn't do it. He should have done it. He should have followed these rules. He didn't. He didn't use due caution. Now, why does this upset me? Let me bring up the trial here so we don't miss it and put it back down here in the small window. Why does this upset me? Because this defense lawyer kept talking about homicide. What is homicide? Homicide is simply one person killing another, one person taking the life of another person. Homicide isn't a crime necessarily. What when I was reading that statute, what's the one thing you didn't see in there? You saw no mention whatsoever of the word homicide, because it's not a thing. It's a term. You can have a non-criminal homicide. It just means one person causing the death of another. But he kept talking about the crime of homicide. There is no crime of homicide. That's not a thing. And Henry says, I agree. The problem is the average John Q. public and jury might not understand that difference. Exactly. And that's why that guy was a snaky, underhanded dude. I hated that. I hated almost everything about that guy's defense opening. To the point where I was trying to look at this guy's history to find, is he even a criminal defense lawyer? Because we know that Hannah's defense lawyer was essentially a commercial contracts guy. He isn't a lawyer. He's an actor. Aren't his lawyers showbiz lawyers, not criminal lawyers? I mean, I hope this guy is, but his defense is the defense was he's an actor. And the second statement out of this guy's mouth was that cardinal rules of gun safety are not applicable on a movie set. That's some bullshit right there. Cardinal rules of gun safety, the 5 basic rules of gun safety are applicable everywhere. That's how you present things from happening. Why on earth he would say the cardinal rules of gun safety don't apply on a movie set? I don't understand. That's just stupid. What are the 5 rules of gun safety? These are the rules that he say don't apply on a movie set. He says on a movie set, you don't have to treat every gun as if it was loaded. Why not? Why do we have armorers then? Why do we have safety checks? Why do we have any of this if on the movie set we don't have to treat every gun as if it was loaded? That's bullshit. We have to treat every gun as if it was loaded. That's why it's called safety, gun safety. The second one, always point your gun in a safe direction. We don't have to point guns in safe directions on set. Even the actors will say, you just don't go around pointing guns at people. Even Alec, in his initial police investigation video that we watched yesterday, he said, I didn't point this at her. She got in the way. She wasn't. Halyna Hutchins, she wasn't where she was supposed to be. I was pointing over here away from her and she got right in the way of the bullet. That's what he was saying. Always point your gun in a safe direction doesn't apply on movie sets? That's BS. The third, never point your gun at anything you don't intend to shoot. That doesn't apply on a movie set apparently either. Talk to Brandon Lee about that. Talk to John Hexam about that. Keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. Alec says, "Oh, I never had my finger on the trigger." Well, the before lunch video showed him with his finger on the trigger repeatedly. Now, again, YouTube, this is a prop gun. This is a replica of the gun he has. This right here. In all of the videos, you saw him firmly with his finger around the trigger. Absolutely, you saw that. And so the guy here, he said, well, the actor always does what he does. He has to do it every time because it's part of his craft. He must respond in the same way every time. So he's essentially saying if he had his finger on the trigger before lunch, he would have had his finger on the trigger after lunch because he has to act in the way that's consistent with his role. So apparently he's saying, just keep your finger on the, he clearly wasn't following that rule, but if Alec Baldwin had followed that rule of gun safety, there wouldn't be a dead body and another injured body. And the final rule of gun safety. Oh, hang on. What have I done here? I've closed. What have I done? I can't see here. I couldn't find my window. I closed my StreamYard window and I couldn't see it. The final rule of gun safety: be sure of your target and what's behind it. He didn't have a target, and Halyna Hutchins and Joel were behind the air he was pointing at, I guess. So these 5 basic rules of gun safety. Treat every gun as if it's loaded. Always point your gun in a safe direction. Never point your gun at something you don't want to shoot or destroy. Keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot and know what your target is and what's behind it. That doesn't apply on movie sets. That is a load of horse shit. That's exactly why we have these, for situations like this where you don't think anything bad can or will happen, but it's possible. That is literally the exact reason we have these cardinal rules of gun safety. He says don't apply on set. And he said live bullets should never be on a movie set. Absolutely right. Deb Peterson says, I don't understand why any live rounds would be needed on a film set. They're not. There should never, ever, 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 ever be live rounds on a movie set. Ever, ever, ever. Full stop, worlds without end. So let it be written, so let it be done, written in stone by the finger of God. It should never happen. But that's why we have these safety rules, just in case. You never know what can go wrong. You never know. That's the point of having the safety checks, the redundancies. That's why ordinarily you'll hear people talk, and if you go back and you watch Jensen Ackles and other people talk about during their investigation, their questioning by the police, they'll all say, if you touch a weapon, you check it. You check it yourself. Don't rely on someone else. And again, here's the thing I want to put to Alec Baldwin. This is the question I have for Alec Baldwin. The armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, David Halls, whoever does this goes, hey, Alec, here's your cold gun. Take it. Point it at your head and pull the trigger. Point it at your youngest child and pull the trigger. It's a cold gun. Believe me. Is he going to do it? Or is he going to say F you and he's going to check it himself? What do you think he's going to do? Everyone here that says, "Oh, I don't know if anybody's saying this. I haven't seen anyone saying it yet." But if you believe that the actor doesn't have to do it, if it's not important for the actor to check it, what would you do? Someone hands you a gun and says, "Oh yeah, trust me, dude, I checked it." Point the gun at your kid's head and pull the trigger. Point the gun at your own head and pull the trigger. You're going to go F you, and you're going to check it yourself. It is ludicrous. These armor placed. It does, and that's it. It doesn't matter. It does not matter one bit who brought that live round onto set. It doesn't matter who put it in the gun. The point is, the very last person that had the opportunity to avoid this disaster was Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin is the one that had a loaded weapon. Did he know he had a loaded weapon? No, maybe not. Why didn't he know he had a loaded weapon? Because he couldn't be asked to check it. He just couldn't be asked. Not asked, that's A-S-S-E-D, not A-S-K-E-D. He just couldn't be bothered to check it. That's the only reason. That's the one reason Halyna Hutchins is dead. Alec Baldwin couldn't be fucking bothered to check the weapon that he was handed and knew he was going to point at someone and pull the trigger. And you want to see some pretty damn impressive statements. Again, look at the investigation, look at the interrogation or the questioning. It wasn't really interrogation. The questioning of Jensen Ackles by the police. He said his wife was flipping out because if Alec Baldwin had not pulled that trigger and shot Halyna Hutchins, when they called action and did this, and he actually was supposed to pull the trigger, Jensen Ackles was the one that would have been shot, and his wife flipped out about that. So yeah, listen to Jensen Ackles' interview. He's saying, "I don't care." He didn't say he was worried about offending the armorer. He didn't say that at all. He said, I knew she was young. I knew she was new. She asked me if I had ever handled a gun. He said, I kind of humored her and said, well, not much. I don't have much experience. Why don't you? He said, I let her do her job. I let her train me. I let her take me out. And he said, I don't care who says they've checked the weapon. As soon as I get the weapon, I immediately click through it 6 times into the dirt. He said, I don't care who gives it to me. So whoever brought this onto the set, however it got there and however it got in the gun, matters not a whit as to whether or not Alec Baldwin acted without due caution or circumspection when he pointed a gun at a woman and pulled the trigger. And yes, I don't care. He pulled the trigger. I don't care what anyone says. There's not a way in the world you're going to convince me that gun went off by itself. And the only thing they have to rely on, the defense has to rely on, is, well, we didn't get a chance to check it ourselves. It is a weak point for the prosecution, but it doesn't, in my mind, overcome the fact that the FBI thoroughly tested it, repeatedly tested, went through so many tests, and the only way they got it to misfire was to smash it with a hammer to the point it broke it. So, yeah. And even Alec himself said he's never had a problem with this gun. Who made the mistake? Dave Halls made a tragic mistake. Hannah Gutierrez made a tragic mistake. Those are the people, not Alec Baldwin. He's not his fault. Safety has to occur before the gun is placed in the actor's hands. He said that repeatedly. You know what else? Safety has to occur when a gun is in the actor's hand. That has to occur when it's in the actor's hand. You don't just give the actor a weapon and he can do whatever the fuck he wants with it. That's how accidents, nobody is saying this is intentional. It was a horrible, horrific accident. There was a failure at many levels. And when you're looking at things like this, it's not only one person can be held responsible. Everybody is responsible for their own jobs. You can have 4, 5, 10, 20 people be criminally responsible for the death of Halyna Hutchins. It's not Hannah Gutierrez was found guilty, so therefore Alec Baldwin can't be guilty of it. They can both be guilty of involuntary manslaughter in their own way. Guns happen in movies. What the hell does that even mean? He said that repeatedly. Guns happen. Guns don't fucking happen. The gun went off, he kept saying. And Alex said, I didn't pull the trigger. And he again repeatedly said, it's not the actor's responsibility to check the gun. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Instead of trying to find the source of the bullet, they targeted Baldwin. Two different issues, brother. Two different issues. Again, he said they didn't intentionally pull the trigger. The gun just went off. He said it again that he didn't intentionally pull the trigger. And then he kept homicide. He kept saying this homicide word. Homicide in the crime of homicide. We went over that. Homicide, it has nothing. It means nothing in this context. And that's maybe the one objection I would have made if I was the prosecutor. You know, I would say he's misrepresenting, he's misstating things. I would have objected maybe to the continued use of the word homicide. He's not charged with homicide. Homicide's not a crime. You can possibly have be criminally responsible for a homicide, but it's called something else. Murder, involuntary manslaughter, things like that. Not one witness or shred of evidence that Baldwin knew the gun was loaded. Well, you know what that means? To me, that means that part of that reason that Baldwin didn't know the gun was loaded was because Baldwin himself didn't check it. If he had checked it, you know what? There would be evidence that there was or was not live ammunition in it. I hated everything about that defense opening. I must admit, I didn't like his delivery. It was very rehearsed. As anytime there was, the two times there was the objections and the approach to the bench, the time he got called out for showing the video when he shouldn't have. Anytime something happened that threw him off, you could tell he was like, okay, what was my line? Where was I when I got interrupted? And he delivered it like he was reading some sort of dinner speech or something. The prosecution. There's not a lot to find fault with the prosecution, really. I liked her opening. It was good. It was short. It was to the point. It ticked off all the points. Violated the basic rules of gun safety. They're going to call the dude that made the freaking gun to the stand as a witness. They had the chain of custody, how Mr. Kenny purchased the gun for the movie. And I like that she said a prop gun does not mean it's a fake gun. It's real. I hate when they just call things props to mean that it's fake. It just means it's something in the property department. A prop gun can still be a real gun. Baldwin didn't do the safety check because he didn't want to offend the armorer. Yeah. He does his own thing. I like that he does his own thing. He's told to do things, and you're going to have people saying he just kind of goes off without due caution or circumspection, perhaps. Hannah brought the gun to Hales. Hales gave it to Baldwin, gave it back to her. She took it, loaded it, handed it to the defendant, and Baldwin failed to do his own safety check. Baldwin says he didn't pull the trigger. Pietta's going to say the gun doesn't fire without pulling the trigger. The FBI is going to say the gun didn't fire without pulling the trigger. Other witnesses are going to say the gun doesn't fire without pulling the trigger. I like how she said Baldwin's DNA is on the gun. That might seem a little facetious, a little unimportant, a little unnecessary, but it actually is, because that takes away the opportunity for the defense to say, well, the one they were looking at, the one that works fine and perfectly, that wasn't the gun that was used on set. They switched out the guns. Perhaps they switched it out. We don't have any way of knowing if the gun on set was the one that was investigated. Yeah, they do, because his DNA was on it. So it sounds like it's a ridiculous thing to mention, but it's actually a very important piece of evidence in proving that the weapon that was inspected by the police and the FBI is in fact the one that was in Alec Baldwin's hand. The FBI found no defects, no modifications. I like that opening. I got to give him points. She gets points. He gets a really bad grade from me. John Wayne never shot anyone we know about. Let's see what you guys have been saying. We'll catch up on the super chats. Oh, we've also just unlocked the doggo cam. So when we get back to trial, we'll fire up the doggo cam, the emotional support potato pig dog cam. Ike, what's up, Ike? How you doing? Member for 12 months, a full year. I wouldn't be surprised if the defense says it wasn't Alec Baldwin that pulled the trigger. It was Harlan Rust. Dude, that is essentially what he said. That was half of his opening. He's an actor, being an actor, doing acting things. He put himself in the mind of Harlan Rust. I think he actually literally said that. He had to do the things that Rust would do. He had to become his character and do the things his character would. So he essentially did say Alec Baldwin didn't pull the trigger. It was Harlan Rust's job. Harlan Rust was, mother father. Jenver with the 10 pounds. If he had been on the receiving end, do you think he would be of the same opinion? Same thing. Yeah, if he's on the receiving end, would he have the same opinion? If you said, here, point this thing at your own stupid skull, trust me, it's not loaded. Trust me, those are dummies in there. Yeah, he would behave differently. Palmyra Productions. If you think Andrew Law of Self-Defense should do a simulcast stream, it would be great. You both are doing solo streams. Perry, both your opinions combined would be awesome. Well, he's doing his thing. He's got his followers. He's doing his own stuff, and he might have other guests on. There's been talk of other guests on his stream, but we're doing things. Jill M's. I think it would be fun. I asked him, but he said, no, hell no, I'm doing that. I'm doing my stream too. And I'm like, all right, cool. I don't really like the joint stream thing. And I'll tell you why. This is just my own opinion. People like it. Go ahead and do it. Sorry, we'll go back here real quick. The reason I don't like them particularly. Oh, we're back in trial. Hang on. We'll talk about it later. Shoot. Where are we here? Oh, we don't have audio yet, or do we? No audio yet. So we'll go back here real quickly. Then I'll go back. Jill M's with a 5. Every human makes mistakes. Mistakes kill people. Yep. K Matt and Red Queen, thank you for the $5. Why do prop guns have live triggers? Prop just means it's part of the property department. It can be a real gun. People like the guns that go bang, bang, bang. It's more realistic if you see the recoil and whatnot. From now on, they will no longer have action for actors like Alec. There's a lot of talk about that now, never having live ammunition and all going computer effects, all going CG. I like it. If you can be safe, if you can actually do your own damn job, fine. But yeah, there is a big deal. It's like no more live weapons, no more real weapons on set. There's a big movement now for that because of this. What defense would you go with, says X-Comer? For the right money, most lawyers would argue the most, while my defense would be, dude, plead guilty, just plead guilty, no jail time, maybe get it knocked down a little bit to a lesser I wouldn't have gone to trial with this, but that's me. Maybe I'm a coward. Little Miss with the $2. Wait, so the defense is method acting? Yep, kind of right. And Fire and Ice is a new member. Thank you so much, Fire and Ice, for being a new member of the Bent Halos and Broken Wings tier. Thank you so much. Cheers to you. And Lizbots, my therapist told me boundaries are set to make you comfortable. Even if your actor is Alec Baldwin, Armour should have insisted on actor double checking. Yeah, and she went to jail for not doing that. She's in jail serving her time for doing that. Palmyra Productions says, Legal Vices. Okay, Jeff, I think the passion is getting out of control. Slow down, brother, before you have a heart attack. I'm impassioned by this. As someone lives out in cowboy country, someone who's been around horses and cattle and everything my entire damn life in northern Utah, raised around guns. God, I can't even remember how young I was when I got my first gun. 7, 8. I think I got my first BB gun when I was like 5. This is the shit that was knocked into my head literally on a couple of occasions that you just don't do. I'm really passionate about gun safety. It's because you follow those 5 rules and no one will ever get hurt unless there is a critical malfunction of a weapon. I'm sorry, however I'm supposed to pronounce that, is an accidental manslaughter he's being charged with. He's being charged with involuntary manslaughter. The 2 charges are involuntary manslaughter and improper use of a firearm, and a lesser charge of involuntary manslaughter through an act of total disregard for human life or safety. I don't think it's his fault, but he will get convicted. Jack, may come as a surprise, but I kind of disagree with you. I think it's completely his fault. And by completely his fault within his realm. Hannah was completely at fault for the things within her realm. I think he was at fault because he pointed a real weapon. If it was a plastic gun or a rubber gun, I got no problem with him pointing at somebody. But he knew it was a real gun. He asked for a real gun. In fact, he asked for the biggest real gun. He knew it was a real gun. And he still pointed a real gun he knew was completely capable of firing real bullets at another human being. And even if he doesn't want to admit it, pulled the trigger. So I kind of disagree with you there. But hey, that's what it is. Legal Vices, you sound biased and seems you already made a decision on guilty. Yup. I'm not ashamed to admit it. In the court, he is innocent unless he's proven guilty. In my head, he's guilty AF. But I'm willing to see the evidence. If I think they make a critical misstep in the prosecution of this case, if they do something so bad that I think they didn't prove that he should be held responsible criminally for this, I'll be more than happy to say they should find him not guilty. But I am definitely he's already guilty regardless of what the jury decides. But I'm willing to go with the jury verdict if I think the prosecution didn't prove it. Hunter Brooks with the $5. The drop safety issue on the SSA or clone is only with the hammer down on a live chamber. Yep, you are correct. Defense mischaracterized that. And again, YouTube people, this is a replica. This is a non-real weapon, but it is a fairly good replica. The only thing it doesn't do, it doesn't have the quarter cock and the half cock safety. But if the hammer's back, it just rotates the cylinder. That's it. No fiery. You have to cock it. That's the only way you can get it to go off. So yeah, the hammer test only works if it's in this position with the hammer down, a live round in the chamber, and it hits and the concussion makes it happen. So yeah, that's it. Yes, real weapons are not allowed in Korea. And frankly, this is I got this today in the mail. This is such an incredible replica. I don't even know how this is allowed in Korea, quite frankly. It's very, very good. It's a very, very good replica. That device, yes, this has no pin. It has no anything. But it even has dummy rounds. See, that's it has, you can see the the primer thing. It has its own little dummy round in it. It's pretty damn cool little replica here. So yeah, we have a prop. That's why I'm very, 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 very repetitive about it being a toy gun that is not real and is only used for demonstrative purposes, YouTube people. Little Mrs. So you're saying they call Trooper Paul not guilty? Yeah, Trooper Paul probably isn't going to have anything to do with this case. This seems to be like there's going to be some competent testimony from police in this. A real SAA has a 7.5-inch barrel, not that short, stubby 6 inches. Yeah, this is about 6 inches. Well, I have big hands. This is. I'm guessing this is about 7. I don't think it's 7.5. But anywho, you get the idea. It's not. It's a Chinese replica. That's all the people need to know. Let's see. So what are you guys saying here? We hit. Let's check on our poll here. Our like and subscribe poll. We currently got 473 people and 476 likes. That's good. 472. Somebody left. Get back in here, whoever just left. And 1 new member. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button, people. Do the YouTube-y stuff. And if you are subscribed, double check to make sure you're still subscribed. We are working our way towards 78,000 subscribers. How many do we have right now? Right now, we have currently 598. We lost 5. How did we lose 5 subscribers? Lame. We need 2 more subscribers to get to 77,600. I know there's at least 2 of you that haven't subscribed, so please hit that subscribe button and let's get us back over 77,600. I mean, we're 402 away from 78,000. That's pretty cool. Let's get us there. Like, subscribe, and vote your initial feelings. What are your initial feelings on this? Alec Baldwin is 63% of you say guilty. 11% of you say that your feeling is he's not guilty. And 26% of you say you're just pretending to not have an opinion. I know you've got an opinion. You just don't want to get it. Everybody's got an opinion. Oh. How very dare they answer? Really? Baldwin Sims unsubscribed. I don't know. It doesn't. If I lost 5 subscribers, oh no. How will I ever recover? Well, see, I was ranting and my cigar went out. Dang it. That's a shame. All right. Well, while we're waiting to go here, we do have one item of business to take care of, which is here and here. Hang on. It is that time that, due to your generous support, your generous participation, all of the fun stuff you do, it's the time of day that we call Release the Hose. And we introduce Strawberry. We have Strawberry here. What's up, buddy? Don't have a snack for you. Sorry. I'll have to go get a snack later. But we've unleashed the emotional support potato pig dog cam. All right. Hey, 5 subscribers is a lot for some of us. But hey, you'll get them back. Let's see. Doggo cam for the bingo. Hey, you know what? I don't even have bingo yet. I have all of this stuff. Let's go over the bingo card. We should do that before they start. If you're playing along, and if you want to play along, at the top of chat is a link for the Baldwin Big Bang Bullet Bingo. Click on that link, then click on the generate your card, and then, hey, I got bingo. Cool. Then it'll generate your bingo card. And here's the things we should already have marked out just from opening statements. Lawyer calls for sidebar. Dummy round. Halls. Bullet cart. Pull the hammer. Pulled the trigger. Live ammunition on set. The free space. Live rounds. Half cock. Full cock. Low budget. Dog cam, Gutierrez Reed, SAG rules, and prop gun. So I just got bingo with the doggo cam. Thank you, everybody. And I'm like 1 away from having about 5 different bingos. So at this point, cowboy, full load, judge calls for sidebar, cross draw, not an expert, phantom of the courtroom, blank round, other onset accidents, and union are not marked off. Looks like we're getting ready to start here again, so I will Put the
Call your first witness.
State calls Nicholas LaFleur.
all right. We are underway with the prosecution putting on their
Sir,
case in
please,
chief.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm under penalty of law that. True?
Yes.
All right, have a seat. Talk into the microphone. Sure. Rules and votes.
I'm sorry? With regard to the invocation of the rule, our case agent is in the room. We just wanted to put that on the record.
The prosecutor indicated that they'd be calling the case agent early in the case. So given that, I did not continue my objection I had earlier to her being present. Thank you.
Okay, they've invoked
allowed
sequestration
in.
rules, which means people can't sit around in the court and listen to other people's witnesses can't sit around and listen to other people's witness testimony. All right,
Sir,
sequestration.
state your name and spell your last name for the court record, please.
My name is Nicholas LaFleur. My last name is spelled Lefleur.
And how are you currently employed?
The City of Santa Fe Police Department.
And what do you do there?
Police officer.
How long have you been employed at the city of Santa Fe?
2 years.
Can everyone hear Officer LaFleur? Okay. And prior to working for the Santa Fe Police Department, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work?
The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long did you work at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
About 2 years.
And were you on duty on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Did you receive a dispatch call?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you received and what you did?
A call came in that there was someone shot at a movie set. Unclear who shot, how many were shot. I happened to be the closest person to the call and arrived on scene first.
So when you arrived on scene, when you say first, were there other law enforcement officers there?
No, not at the time when I got there.
Were there any other first responders present?
There was some fire personnel and what they called the scene medic for the movie set, I guess.
You said a scene medic?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you, let me ask you, when you receive a call for a shooting, what's your primary concern?
Priority life.
And what do you
And
mean
to
when you say priority life?
Make sure whoever needs help gets help and that the threat is stopped.
And when you arrived on the scene, and where was it?
Bonanza Creek movie set, I guess. It's quite a ways off the interstate.
Okay. And what county and state is that in?
Santa Fe County, state of Mexico.
Okay. So when you arrived there, give us an idea of what you saw. What was going on?
It was a big, old, like cowboy western theme, like city or a town. There's a bunch of people running everywhere, bunch of cars, bunch of people pointing. When I got there, people were pointing towards a church, and I got out. I attempted to grab my medical bag and went in and saw.
Hang on, I'm gonna stop you there. Approximately how many people were there on scene?
I don't have the direct number, but there was more than 100 people.
Have you ever been called to a shooting where there were 100 people already on scene?
No.
Did that present any specific challenges for you?
Yes.
Explain to us what those challenges were.
Just there's a lot of moving parts. Just got to take it one piece at a time, see who's hurt, make make sure that one, that nobody's continually getting hurt, and then two, the person who's hurt, medical attention is being given to them, and then go from there.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene that day, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes.
The state moves for the admission of State's Exhibit 4.
No further objections, Your
Am I?
Are you,
I want to just make sure I'm connected. I'm ready to play it. Permission to publish?
Was you gonna recognize it first, or are you satisfied with the foundation?
Yes, Your Honor, we've consented to both lapel videos
All right,
today.
that's fine. Okay. So you didn't publish, this is states one?
Four.
States four.
How do I get the monitors to come on?
Ryan's going to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, well, they tried to figure out how to turn the monitors on. XCOM or Triple Z's, and clearly she was sacrificed in the church, so the adrenochrome lizards of Hollywood could feast. No, XCOM, but possibly. No. Did they mention? I don't think they didn't mention Cowboy, did they? Did they? I didn't hear Cowboy. Did they mention Cowboy?
All right.
Mark off Cowboy.
Are your
Another
monitors
bingo
on?
for me.
This one's not. It's on, but it's green light.
Green light's on.
Let me go get the adapter.
All right.
Well, can he redo it from here while he's looking? Or do you want?
Sure, if the monitor won't just come on.
He's got to get the adapter. Go get the adapter.
This is just grape flavored ice.
Okay. Officer LaFleur, do you want to turn around and just look at the monitor on the wall behind you?
It doesn't matter, man.
Okay, let's do that.
Steering wheel cam.
You got your trauma kit? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. Stupid new truck. Are we inside with the BBMs?
Officer LaFleur, tell us what's going on in the video right now.
I'm looking for my other medic bag. I handed the individual a trauma pack for shooting, and I'm attempting to open one of the storage boxes in the back of the truck.
Who was the individual that you handed something to?
I believe it was a fire personnel that I followed in, a volunteer firefighter maybe.
And I thought I heard the word, is it BVM?
It's for CPR. It's a bag valve mask.
Bag valve mask.
BVM.
Okay, thank you.
Where you at? A seal. You have a seal? A seal? A seal.
Thank you.
Yeah. I got a sterile glove and a packing gloves. Okay.
Yeah, thankfully they're moving away from her body, or were. Come on, camera, keep it off.
She shot it? She came in here and went across her chest. And came back and went into the... You want air flight? Yeah, we all went in right. Okay.
And what are you talking about there when you say air flight?
helicopter that's designed to transport people that need advanced treatment faster than an ambulance. It's a helicopter that air paramedics basically.
Did you call for the helicopter or did someone else do that? Do you know?
That individual said that they had already called one, but I called one for one as well.
You called also?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you feel that it was necessary to have a helicopter arrive?
Someone who was shot across the chest. We're quite a ways out for an ambulance in reference to where the hospital is. So.
And when you say you were quite a ways out, how far away is Bonanza Creek?
From a hospital?
Sure.
Running lights and sirens, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or more.
Okay.
Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach, requesting air flight.
I heard you there say male shot in the stomach. Is that what you said?
I'm not sure. I didn't really hear it.
Well, as you sit here today, do you recall where the other person was shot?
Somewhere in the chest.
Okay.
Or shoulder area.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was shot in the shoulder.
GPS?
It's okay.
I got you right here.
2432, how many people yell at there?
32, I got just Santa Fe medics.
In your video, sir, can you identify who the set medic is?
It's a little blurry, but I believe it's this lady, right? The one that's bent over with their blondish brown hair.
Is the monitor working now?
Yeah.
Yes. Come on, Jeff.
This monitor is working now.
Oh, it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how to touch it to put it? There you go. Thank
Touch
you.
it.
I appreciate
Touch
you.
it. Take a
You
look.
can go ahead and remove that.
Oh, I don't know how to remove it.
Can you show them how to remove it?
Push on the menu button. Clear. There's a clear view.
Okay.
And if it's in the way, just push menu.
Do you know who these other people are that are in the room?
No, I know that that person, and somebody over here, the battalion chief, they were wearing Santa Fe medic, county fire medic shirts. So, and they came in the vehicle in front of me.
You don't know who the other people are that are in the room?
I know the other person shot, and then Halyna Hutchins, or I maybe misspelled her name or pronounced it, and then the other assistant director, and that's about it.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was a truck pulling in ahead of you.
It was a volunteer firefighter truck.
So did the first responders that we see here in this scene, did they arrive about the same time you did?
Yes.
.32 Santa Fe Bolt, approximately 140 pounds, elderly male and young female. What do you need me? No. You want a BBM?
God, the chaos. Oh, man.
This is Yeah, she'll be fine.
Officer LaFleur, tell us what you're doing now and why.
I looked over and seen that they were getting the oxygen tank out. Noticed that they were using not a bag valve mask, which was more appropriate for that situation than the one that goes around their face. I'm just helping them, doing as much as I can to help.
So give us a little bit more information. What causes you to believe that the bag valve mask is?
Yes.
If the oxygen were run out or they had to use manual breaths, they could use the bag. The other one is just something that's over their face.
Okay. And what made you think that the bag valve mask was more appropriate?
Nothing really. I just believe that's more. I don't know.
Officer LaFleur, are you trained in life-saving measures?
To an extent, yes.
Okay. Was it anything about your training that caused you to think that that would be more appropriate?
It's just what we've been trained with versus the one that was already on her.
Okay.
Gabby, can you just make sure nobody else comes in?
Yeah, we got here. Do you have the ears, ma'am? Do you have stethoscope?
Yes, they're in that bag. Right there at the top. Purple? Nope, at the top. Halyna.
Is anybody allowed to go with her in the helicopter? Yeah, no.
Halyna, deep breath, Halyna. There you go. Deep breath, Halyna. Deep breath.
Be okay. Good girl. Good girl.
There you go. Good girl. Deep breath. Entrance is here. Exit back here.
Do you guys?
Do you have another? No.
Do you guys need?
I just need another dog tag. Something for pressure. I think a big one. This one?
This one?
No. App pad. Do you have an app pad?
Yeah. You got a stretcher?
Not me here. No.
Okay. Let me help you get the stretcher.
What are you doing now?
Just trying to stay busy, help clear the way for the stretcher. The ambulance is here.
Here's priority number 1. Okay. Let's clear it all this out of this. We'll get it right in here and get it out. All right, so we got air flight en route.
Not for me here. We can get some Halyna?
Halyna Hutchins. This is Halyna Hutchins. Okay. So I got the air packing. Thank you. I'm just trying to get all that out. I'm not behind you guys. All right, so we're gonna need to get going right away.
Officer LaFleur, have additional first responders now arrived?
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of who's on set assisting now?
So it looks like more paramedics have arrived, and Lieutenant Benavides is right there.
Okay, and do you mean this gentleman here?
Yes, ma'am.
That my cursor's on? And who was Lieutenant Benavides?
He was our day shift lieutenant at the time.
Was he a supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
I got a got through and through on her. We went through and through on her, through the chest, and then you got one in the arm over there.
Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Okay, everybody stop.
Whose voice is that we're hearing?
Lieutenant Benavides.
Okay, roll it back. Over to the other side. See? Underneath, cool. Here we go. Okay, you keep your eyes on me. All right, we got some stairs, guys. Go stairs on the first step.
So what is your understanding about where Ms. Hutchins is being taken now?
Into the back of the ambulance.
And can you explain why is she going into the back of an ambulance rather than the helicopter?
The helicopter hasn't arrived yet, and my understanding is that they have additional medicines and equipment and measures they can take inside of an ambulance.
All right, thank you.
Disconnect here. You got it? Hey, take over that. You guys want to see Vincent? 32 Santa Fe, what's ETA on the bird?
What did you just say?
I asked them ETA on the helicopter.
And who are you speaking to?
Santa Fe Dispatch.
Do you recall how they responded?
It's been a minute since I watched this video, so.
All right.
Officer Decker. Hey, he's hunting replicants. Hope he doesn't go after Prosecutor Rutger Hauer.
Oh, we got the bird right here.
Is the helicopter now arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing now?
Appears I'm grabbing crime scene tape.
Why are you grabbing crime scene tape?
Why is Roy Batty questioning Rick Deckard? That's what I want to know.
To start the crime scene. I don't know if anybody had told me to grab the tape yet, but I knew we needed to start one. So.
You felt that you needed to put up crime scene tape.
Yes, ma'am. Or somebody may have asked for it.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Or somebody may have asked me for it. I'm just not too sure.
Okay. And what's crime scene tape used for?
To mark the perimeter or the inner perimeter of essentially a crime scene which they want to tape off and only allow certain people in and out.
Okay. And was that an issue in this scene?
The crime scene?
Well, cordoning off the crime scene, was that an issue here?
Yeah, it was a unique situation because of the.
Damn it, you beat me to it. I was waiting for a break to say that.
Crime scene tape to nothing. So I think in one point they actually used our patrol units as to tie the tape around and go to the next one.
And why is it important to cordon that off?
Just for evidence purposes, and allow only certain people in and out. Because at this point we didn't know what was going on. So.
And were there people in that area that were not first responders?
Yes.
Approximately how many, if you recall?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a number really. There was just a lot of people on the outside that I hadn't seen originally inside the church. So
Okay, and did you know who those people were?
no.
Okay.
Well, Megan, I mean, I would rather him be honest and say he doesn't know than make up bullshit answers like they did in the Karen Reed trial and other trials. I'd be like, hey, I'm just the first guy on scene.
Do you see this person here in the gray shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a first responder?
No.
So when the crime scene tape goes up, what happens to that person?
I can't recall.
Well,
I haven't watched the video yet.
Hypothetically, is that person allowed to stay inside the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Who are the people that are allowed to stay inside the tape?
Medical and law for first responders.
Okay.
What do you need, Chief?
Tell you guys, this was in the middle of a shot, and I have live ordnance on the ceiling up there. It's safe.
Okay.
But it is here, right above here.
Okay.
Right there. That's
okay.
And if you get to the point where you say you want me to move, all right, I'll hold my guys.
Okay.
Where's the bird?
It's right here. Okay.
What are you doing now?
I talked with the paramedics inside the ambulance, and they asked me where the helicopter was. I told them it was landing, and he asked
It's
them
right
to
over
bring
there. It's that thing in the air.
the paramedics to them.
So you're bringing the paramedic from the helicopter to the ambulance?
Yes.
All right.
We got approximately 23-year-old female in the back of the ambulance right now. Gunshot underneath the right arm. Went through all the way to the back left. You carry this back, pretty sir? I got it. You got it? This one's priority. Guys, just get a couple IDs. I don't care whether they're IOs or not.
Grab the IL stuff, man.
Can you open your eyes for me? Yep. There. I'll work on the IO. I'm not going around. That's it. Here, if I can just have you guys just step over there for us, okay? Can I have you guys get over there for us? We're going to have to gather everybody up, get everybody's names, everybody who's on scene, okay?
What are you doing now?
Just trying to think what's next. I think I'm putting the pilot, one of the pilot's headgear inside the ambulance on the other side of the door.
Why are you telling those people to move?
Just to start to gather people up because they're just standing around the church where the said incident happened.
Why didn't you do that when you initially got there?
Just went in and made sure that medical that people were receiving medical treatment, and then slowly go with the flow, see what it could do next.
Are you trained to take action to save lives before moving witnesses around?
Yes, ma'am.
How's it going, sir? I believe you guys will be taking this one.
In the bird then? Did she go in the bird?
No, not yet. They did an IVs, get an IO, and then they're going to take in the bird.
They're coming out like it's out.
They're moving it from this one? Yeah. Yeah.
A couple of them still.
Is that your stuff? And whose jack is that? Joel. Joel's? Okay.
It's got his phone. Oh, it's careful. It is bloody.
Okay.
It's got his phone. It's got his other stuff in it.
Okay, well, we're going to just keep it here. So, he was...
His phone?
Officer LaFleur, this woman who's speaking right now, she's not a police officer, right?
No.
Was she employed with the fire department?
No, she was their set medic, I'm guessing.
When you say set medic, do you mean she's the medic on the movie set?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he was wearing it. Well, where's his phone at?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea why movie sets would have medical personnel on scene?
Probably for safety reasons. Someone closer than the paramedics or fire department.
Yeah, because
For safety
accidents
reasons?
happen.
Yeah.
Phone.
Anybody have Joel's phone?
All right, gentlemen. I just need your IDs, and then have you guys step outside.
She's
wait for
very
the
good.
investigators
She's a
to get
very
here.
good prosecutor.
Okay? Cool.
Any idea who these guys are?
Just more people involved with the movie set.
Movie set employees?
Yeah.
Is that your impression?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's the props guy? Who's in charge of props?
She has green and purple hair. You can't miss her.
Okay.
I was here when it happened.
You were here when it happened? Who else was here when it happened?
The camera operator.
It's in his front pocket.
How many people you think were in here when it happened?
3, maybe 4.
4?
Maybe.
Okay. So 2 more other than you two?
Reed, as soon as I see him, Reed, camera operator. Reed, yes, sir.
Okay, who else?
Reed Russell was here. Alec Baldwin was the actor on set that pulled the trigger.
Alec Baldwin?
Pulled the trigger. Interesting.
Where's he at? Yeah, you help me find him?
Yes, sir. Right there on the cell phone with the cowboy.
Okay. How's it going, sir? So my understanding, you were in the room when someone was shot? Okay, alrighty. Well, I know your name, so
Pursuant to the stipulation, I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead. Very good.
Well, that was very interesting. The defense lawyer said, you're not going to see one shred of evidence that he pulled the trigger.
Okay.
Well, we just saw a shred of evidence when he said Alec Baldwin was on the set. He's the one that pulled the trigger. That looks like a shred of evidence that he pulled the trigger to me.
Let me get with my lieutenant and see where we want you to hang out, okay? Whatever you want to do. Yes, sir. All right, give me just a second. LT.
So apparently I was not given the appropriate redaction.
Mm-mm.
You want me to jump ahead 5 seconds now? What? I need to know what to do, or I just press play. What do I do?
So when I pull the trigger, you want me to have him sit tight or?
Yeah, you're gonna have to sit tight.
Sit tight in the
I
unit?
have the armor in here. This is all their stuff. I have the gun.
Another
used
he
is in
pulled the
there.
trigger.
And I got the two people that were in the room.
Okay.
You want me to have Alec Baldwin take a seat in the back of my unit or?
No, we know where he's at. We know who he is.
Yeah.
We just need to say, is he in a trailer?
No, he's right there in the gray and black.
Okay. All right. So try to keep him away from everybody.
Okay.
Have him talk to anybody.
Okay. I can just have him sit. I can sit with him in my unit.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, what's your intention?
I was going to go back to where Mr. Baldwin was and then escort him to my unit. When I got there, I realized my unit is over here being used as a post for the crime scene.
So what did you do when you realized that?
Just had him sit where he was and had everybody just hang out there. Started writing down people's names.
Okay.
He's handing me an empty gun. You usually would compose when we're ready to shoot. You are just straps. Yeah. Earplugs, everything.
All right.
What are these people doing?
Seems like they're talking about what happened.
Now, as a law enforcement officer, is that something that concerns you?
Yes.
And why? Why does that concern you?
They could be, one person could be telling them what they saw and mess up what they have to say, what they saw. So it could essentially coerce testimony, I guess. People would say the same thing because the other person said it rather than saying their own opinion or own view of what they saw.
Okay.
Mr. Baldwin, who's the director on scene?
The guy that was shot.
The guy that was shot?
He's in.
Okay.
Where is he now? I think he's in the ambulance.
Do you guys have a production car? Or?
There's an AD. His name is Dave. I'm waiting for you right now. I'm happy to stay right here and do everything that he's.
Well, my lieutenant just wants you to stay away from everybody and not to talk to nobody. So I was.
Wait right here.
We can wait right here and have everybody step back, or we can wait in the back of a patrol unit, but I prefer to not put you there, okay?
Alex, you want water or something now? I want to find props to get a cigarette.
So, why did you let Mr. Baldwin sit there instead of putting him in some vehicle and separating him from the other witnesses?
Like I said, my unit was clear across being used as a post, and just because I didn't know what we had right there, came to maintain cooperation with people involved.
Well, it sounds like you gave him an option. You let him choose. Is that right?
Yeah, he wanted to stay right there, and I figured if I could keep him there, I didn't see a big problem with it until later on when people were talking and whatnot.
And did you give Mr. Baldwin instructions about whether or not he could speak to people?
I did tell him to stop talking.
And did you give instructions to the other witnesses that were around?
I didn't tell them, but I told them that he had to sit there and not talk to nobody.
Okay.
I They're going, what do you got? You got medium? Take it.
So you don't want us to go up?
Hands are shaking. Try kind
Yes, sir.
Right, I'm right there. Silver car is Alec's vehicle. If you want to put him in there.
Mr. Baldwin, is that your car?
Yeah.
We can wait in there.
You want me to stay here?
We can wait in your car if you want to.
I can't smoke in the car.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, we can wait. Hang out right here then.
Still gone? They both gone?
Yeah. Well, they're still working on the female. If you haven't seen the helicopter take off, then they're not gone yet.
If you know, Officer LaFleur, why hadn't the helicopter taken off yet?
I don't know exactly why, but my guess is they have to stabilize the patient before they can put them in the air.
In the air, okay. Why are you just standing there?
Just standing with Mr. Baldwin, allowing him to smoke a cigarette, making
And
sure.
why is it important for you to be standing there?
Essentially, he's detained, not free to leave. So I'm there with him.
Radio off. That's our first AD.
Now in there?
Talking to guys with white hair. That sheriff's car with the gray hair kind of and the shirt.
Okay.
Thanks, Dave. Hey, I got an officer over here by now. The electric truck.
Why do you have these two gentlemen standing over there that we can see? What is there something important about them?
The guy in the gray I had him stand over there because he was inside the room when I first got at the church. And the other guy in the brown apparently was in the church too. So I just wanted everybody who was in the church in one area so we could easily be found.
So you wanted everyone that was in the church in one area.
Yes, ma'am.
And are we looking at that area?
To the left of Baldwin is where the majority of everybody was, yes.
Okay. And those were the witnesses that were in the church?
From what I was told, yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Baldwin, how many people were in the room when it happened? Crew?
You've got some people, a lot of crews outside. Inside that building is small. He'll tell you.
Okay.
He's the one that knows what was going on. He's asking how many people were in the room at the time.
How's it going, sir? Deputy LaFleur. How many people were in the room at the time? Six?
Officer LaFleur, who's this gentleman who's speaking now in the blue jean shirt?
From what I was told, he was on one of the other directors.
6 or 7, I need an answer.
I don't know.
Okay. So I got one here, the 2 that were injured, that makes 3, and then these 2 gentlemen, 4 or 5. So who would be the other 2? Yeah, that was more than 6.
I keep track of the narrative and how many square. I can tell you who's in the room.
Okay. Were you in the room?
I was at the door.
You were at the door? Can I get your ID?
Do you know whether or not the person in the jean shirt was inside the church and witnessed the incident?
I do not know.
Okay, why don't you come on over to the back of the script? Three two to 2-4. I have 3 for concussion center. She's really just yelling at everybody and screaming at the producers. Go back to church. Oh, he was inside.
Does it appear to you that Mr. Baldwin is speaking to the other witnesses?
I think he was talking about who would know who's in the room.
Okay.
I can't really hear it. And then apparently the guy's son was working there as well.
Okay. Is this an ideal way to separate someone from witnesses?
After looking at it, probably not, but that's what happened.
Okay, understood.
You're right at the door. Do you have an ID on you, sir? As of right now, her status is questionable. That's why we called the air light. Like, where were you at, sir?
I was right behind him.
Right behind him? Okay.
Yeah, I was right behind him right when it happened.
All right. So just have you guys hang out for me right here. We'll get someone to get your statement in just a second, okay?
And then they cleared the gun outside after on his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay.
So the one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper. They had loads.
Officer LaFleur, does it seem to you right now that they're talking about the incident?
Seems like they're talking about the gun that was used in the incident.
All right.
They were low. They had loads of each other. They didn't know. They were supposed to do their shake test before they put the gun forward.
Officer, do you know what this conversation is about that we're watching right here?
Something about a shake test. I don't know. Maybe the rounds, dummy rounds, maybe.
Okay.
I'm not too entirely sure.
Do you agree with me that, well, was Mr. Baldwin supposed to be talking about the incident?
No, ma'am.
Does he appear to be doing it anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
See, we're rehearsing, you give me the empty gun. We don't give it to me in the low. It's not fun. So we're ready to shoot. So we put the earplugs in. You all right? No. I'm worried about her. Yeah, well, me as well, but it's just a choice. She's stable now. You get her in there. The head, where both of them took it in the shoulder. Hers came out the other shoulder, which is why it's not good. His, the shoulder blade stopped it. So, shattered. There's basically a robbing. It's a blank. But because I think it was based on the sound and how much ringing I had, I think it was a half.
Officer, are they still talking about the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason that you didn't stop them since you told them not to?
I think as time goes on, I tell them to stop.
Okay. So who knows what else is in the room? My other hand.
You were in the room?
Effects crew.
Okay. Can you get your ID, sir?
That's what I said. I think there was more than 6 or 7 guys. I think it was about 8.
You see this gentleman over here on the left?
Yes, ma'am.
Any reason to believe he was inside the room at the time?
I'm not sure at this point.
Okay.
Were you in the room too, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
breathing. She had clear lungs. And that means enough for me. But he potentially has got they're right. It's not severe.
Where did it take him to get multiple?
He took it to the right shoulder. His right shoulder blade stopped it, but they're hearing stuff in his head.
And where did she went after that?
They take it as he got. As soon as they were allowed to, so they'll stabilize both, and then once the sheriff says you're good to go, they'll let them go.
So she basically they're trying to stabilize her vital signs enough for the flight and administer any kind of narcotics or anything they need. Blood thinners, that may be. Then they'll load her up in the helicopter and they'll fly her there. I believe the other ambulance is on the other side, and he seems to be doing better than she was, so they might drive him in an ambulance.
I heard him wave off the other bed, so.
And where did they put her? He went out to the doctor.
Both of them took it in the shoulder.
When I was up in Joel, I couldn't see nothing on him before they put me out.
You just went over.
Yeah,
I ran out.
I came back in the fuse and I was helping him and I didn't see nothing. I was asking if he was all right. He couldn't hear me.
You and him at the trauma hospital.
Let's go to St. Vincent's. They're both trauma ones.
Thanks for the information. I was curious.
Yes, ma'am.
He knows he's detained. They told him to stay there. He had the choice to stay there or in the back of the police car. He knows he's detained at this point. He's been told to just stay there. Ages ago, they said bullet part.
I'm gonna step away and call my wife.
Yeah, no problem.
I got more out.
Get him out of my life. There's nobody in his life. He walked around. I want him to put it down here. I want to
Officer LaFleur, have more first responders now arrived?
Off to your right, you can see. There it is. Off to your right, you can see more patrol units showing up. This deputy showed up, but this corporal had been there for a minute.
And approximately how long have you now been on scene?
According to my body cam, a little over 25 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, Corporal. I got 7 people there in the room when it happened, all their IDs, so. Okay.
Get it all brought down. I'm not sure what the CID come out for this.
It's okay.
At that point in time, what was your understanding of how many people were in the room and witnessed it?
I believe I said 7.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that turned out to be true?
I think there was actually more. I wrote all the people who said that they were in the room in my report.
Okay.
Hey, sir. Okay. And I'm just hanging out with him because, yeah, he's the one who pulled the trigger. So.
Okay. Yeah, he tried it. Sorry, I was trying to set things up a while ago and you do what you're gonna do. Whatever you're gonna do.
What are you smoking? You got one on you?
You got a notepad? Ready? All right. Do you have a notepad?
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, I know he's no longer in the frame, but the gentleman in the blue denim shirt, do you know whether or not he was in the room at the time?
I don't recall if he was in the room or not.
Okay.
I know there was some director or whatnot there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have mine either. Yeah, funny start. Yeah, I know. It came off when I was given, trying to pack wounds. Yeah. Okay.
We'll talk about the prosecutor. She's a special prosecutor. She's not with the DA's office.
Officer LaFleur, does it look like Mr. Baldwin is speaking to a potential witness?
He looks like he's talking to the guy who says his name is one of the directors. Yes.
Okay. Is that what you had in mind when you asked Mr. Baldwin not to speak to anyone?
No,
Do you know what they're talking about?
I couldn't hear what they were talking about. I did hear him ask him what cigarettes he was smoking and if he could have one. So.
Yeah, the prosecutor in this case, Carrie Morrissey. She's a special prosecutor that was brought in to prosecute Hannah and Alec. She is actually one of, if not the leading criminal defense attorney in Santa Fe. In Albuquerque, sorry. She's from Albuquerque. Yeah, she's like one of the top defense lawyers in the entire state.
Oh, geez. All right.
Well, that's why she's asking him these questions that sound like defense questions. She's asking the questions that she knows the defense is going to be asking. So she's getting it out there so that there's no need for them. She's cutting the defense lawyer off the pass is what she's doing.
I'll just, yeah, all right now.
Do you see the gentleman in the denim shirt gesturing? You want me to back it up?
Yeah, which one? Are we talking about this gentleman?
Yeah. Do you know what he's gesturing?
No, it looks like he picks up his hand. Now that you play it back, it looks like he's shaking his hand.
And had you seen him do that previously?
No, not until just now.
I thought you testified earlier about a shake test.
The gentleman was talking about a shake test,
Okay.
but I had not seen the director do it until reviewing the footage now.
Okay.
Yeah, they could object to
My eyes aren't always exactly where the body cam's pointed, so.
Absolutely. When you tell people not to talk about the incident, do you have an expectation that they'll follow your instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it look like they're following your instructions?
No, ma'am.
And she's asking these. She's asking these questions because that was part of her opening. Alec does what Alec wants to do. He doesn't follow instructions.
What else did you do on scene that day?
I helped essentially just wait with other witnesses, I guess, or people that wanted to give a statement or they needed a statement from at a different location. It was their base camp is what they called it.
So you needed to take statements from people that were at another location? Is that what you said?
No, we took people from where is essentially where we had them, and they took them down to their base camp. And that's where they started interviews.
And the people that you take to base camp, are those the same people that we see here in the video?
I believe so. Those people, and I don't know how many people they ended up interviewing.
Did at any point in time, did Mr. Baldwin tell you that he didn't pull the trigger of the gun?
I believe he told me he was holding the gun. I believe in the beginning when I was leaving the church, one of the guys said that Baldwin had pulled the trigger. So just off of what was told.
And I know that this sounds ridiculous, but we have to follow some jurisdictional rules. Do you see Mr. Baldwin in this frame here?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you point him out, please? And do you see that same gentleman in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you point him out, please?
He's sitting in the middle with the glasses.
Okay. Anything else that you did of import that you can think of that you think the jury should hear about?
I think that's about it.
How long were you on scene, if you recall?
From when I got there was, I don't know, about 10 hours maybe or so. I was there till dark.
You were there for 10 hours.
Yeah, until they were done interviewing people.
Is that typical?
It is if that's what they need to be done. So
Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, we would ask that the record reflect that Officer LaFleur's identified the defendant.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, it's cross-examination time. Let's see what he does with this. And while he's doing that, Sonny or Chris with the $5, that's actually not a bad scene. Or to say it another way, I've been involved in way worse scenes.
Sorry, Mr. Specker.
Yeah.
Get that out of your way.
Paramedics and first responders, yeah.
In the court May I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
When you got to the scene, Mr. Baldwin walked up to you and said, I was holding a gun. He blurted it out, right?
yes,
And in fact, he was very shocked, if you could picture Alec Baldwin in a pale state, very unsure of himself. You could say an actor out of character. Fair?
sure.
Object to the formal question.
Yeah.
It is Mr. Spyro testifying in the question. Okay. May we approach?
Yeah, he was testifying. So good on her for that objection. All right, let's talk about some things while they're doing that. It will be interesting to see the defense's cross. Well, we're seeing it now, so good for that. Santa Fe police are doing a lousy job. I think the guy's doing the best job he can. There's about 130. Well, in 2022, there was 135 police officers in Santa Fe. So you figure, depending on whether they do 3 shifts or 4 shifts, there was 30 to 40 police officers on duty at any time, and figure a third of those are office and not.
He looked very
people.
shocked.
So
if you could picture Mr. Baldwin
there's
in a
20,
pale
25
state,
officers available, and he happened to be the guy on scene.
You could say an actor out of character. Is that a fair description?
Sure.
And he said to you, I'm here, whatever you want to do, right?
Yes.
He said to you at one point, where should I go? Right?
Yes.
And he also pointed out to you who the director was on scene who was hit in the shoulder, right?
I believe so. Yes. I inquired about him.
And he also asked you how she was doing, right? Meaning Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
I don't remember you being asked about that in direct, were you?
And you mean asked by the state?
Yeah.
Objection relevance?
Yeah.
Overruled.
Oh, come on.
So I want to take a step back. The dispatch that came over to your radio, sir, before you got to the scene was a dispatch for an accidental shooting by a prop gun, correct?
I believe that's what was told to me, yes.
Okay. And you've testified to that previously, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the dispatch report, you know that you received that wording, accidental discharge, several times, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So I want to ask you, how come when you described it today in court, how come you didn't include the word accident when you testified before this jury?
I'm not one to say if it was an accident or not. Just there to initially respond to it.
Dude, if it wasn't an accident, it was intentional, which would be murder.
Well, sure, but every other time you've been asked about this, you've said It was an accident. And now today at the trial of Alec Baldwin, when you're talking to this jury, you left that word out. Isn't that true?
Not intentionally, no.
Did you meet with the prosecutors before you testified here today?
Just briefly in the room outside for them to tell me who was in order or what witness.
You've discussed your testimony previously with Ms. Morrissey, correct? Before today?
Just in a pre-trial interview, yes.
We've talked about your lapel that was on. It's true, right, that the lapel is actually mandatory.
Yes.
Right? And so they came to the officers, passed a law, and told you you had to wear your lapel, right?
Yes.
And the way it works is it secures all of these statements, and when you're done wearing it for the day, you go back to the station, you log it in, and then it exists, right?
Essentially, yeah, but it's more complex than that. It uploads on itself.
Oh, it self-uploads so that it maintains itself?
Yes.
Okay. And you then talked a little bit about the securing of the scene, and you talked about crime scene tape going up, right?
Yes.
But as you just told this jury, at the time, you don't know whether this is an accident or not, right?
Yes.
It's not like a crime scene tape is some evidence of a crime, right?
And whether it was an accident or a crime scene is still essential.
And you've been very candid that you made some mistakes at the scene, right?
Yes.
And that you've learned since then about some of these mistakes, right?
Yes.
You've said hindsight's 20/20, right?
Yes.
And you can Monday morning quarterback decisions, but you made them in the field, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've said that based on your training and experience, you know that if witnesses are left to speak to each other, they can taint each other's memories, right?
Yes.
And sometimes that's incidental and accidental, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's purposeful, right?
Depends on who's there, yes.
Well, if you were with somebody and somebody was talking to you about the 911 call, right? And they kept saying to you over and over, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't an accident. And then you testify and you leave out the word accident. That could be an example of taint, couldn't it?
Sure.
And also non-witnesses can taint people's memories too. You agree with me?
I guess.
Well, at one point in your testimony previously, you had said that there was a lawyer on the scene that was talking to some of the people that were on the scene.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And if that lawyer told somebody on the scene, I think your understanding is that could have tainted their view of their memory, right?
Essentially, yes.
Mr. Baldwin never asked to speak to that lawyer, did he?
Not to my recollection.
And then you went on and you said, that you had told Mr. Baldwin not to speak to the other witnesses. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you were asked approximately 5 times why Mr. Baldwin was disobeying your orders. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. But in the lapel video that we just saw, you're not going up to Mr. Baldwin or these witnesses going, get out of here. Get out of here. I'm an officer. You got to separate. You don't do that, right?
Nope.
And also in that video, you can see a lot of these people are coming over to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
One of them comes over and shakes his hand, right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that in all of your experience? Somebody commit a homicide and everybody and all the witnesses are on the scene, circling around the person, shaking his hand and talking to him about what happened. Have you ever seen that in your entire career?
No.
And then you went on to say, well, you didn't put him in the cruiser. You didn't put him in the cruiser because your cruiser was being used. Was I guess the reason that you gave? Was that? Did I understand that right?
My patrol unit was being actively used as a post on the other side of the field for a crime scene.
When you say a post, you mean like it goes somewhere else and you put the tape around it? Is that?
The side mirror was wrapped around with crime scene tape.
Uh-huh. You mean there were also another dozen officers on the scene that day that had police cars if they wanted to put Mr. Baldwin in at any point, right?
Yep.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Baldwin later on drives himself to the precinct and goes and speaks to the police, right?
I'm not too sure how he got there, but he did get there.
Well, he wasn't under arrest, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so you use this word detained when Ms. Morrissey asked you, well, were you detaining Mr. Baldwin? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Isn't it true that even today, years later, no police officer has ever arrested Mr. Baldwin or detained him in a police car? True?
I don't know.
Good answer. He doesn't know what other police officers have done.
The police department, the Santa Fe Police Department, has never arrested Mr. Baldwin.
Not the
Back
Santa
to
Fe
the form of
Testing.
question,
Yeah.
asked and answered.
Asked and answered and testifying. Oh, come on. Okay, Judge.
And
Well,
one of the things that you do as an officer on the scene is you observe demeanor, right?
Yes.
And you spent 10 hours on the scene, I think I heard you say, right?
Yes.
You got to see the people of Rust that day live, right?
Yes.
And the truth of the matter is that you took it as a way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say there was no intention. I don't know the individual's intentions, but his demeanor was sad, upset.
Okay, well, it's not just his demeanor being sad and upset, right? Okay, we'll move that to the side. And I understand you're not a mind reader, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All you can do is look at the people and look at how they're interacting and make your own judgments, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you do that as a police officer to try to figure out how to interact with a scene. True?
Yes.
Okay, and isn't it true that the way you took it, how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
Again, the wording you're using, I wouldn't say
Okay.
I had any clue of whose intention was what, but he was sad and upset.
Okay, well, let's play. I'm going to play his statement to that effect. Can you hear that up, please? If that's okay with the court. He's saying he didn't say that he did. I'm going to impeach him. Well, you want me to clarify that?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you claiming that you didn't say that?
Rephrase what you said?
Sure. Dispatch said it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say, you know.
Again, I wouldn't say I knew what his intention was.
I understand that. What I'm asking you now, okay, is did you in fact say those words that I just asked you?
At what time? The Gutierrez or PTI?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay. You don't deny saying that?
Here, let's
No.
finish if we can.
okay, calling for another approach. Okay, this guy, Alec Spiro, the defense lawyer, he's a big shot. He's a big shot New York lawyer, which may not sit well with the people there in New Mexico. Surprise! He's a Harvard law graduate. He's represented Elon Musk in the trial regarding the soccer team in Thailand that were trapped in the flooded cave, and Musk made some references. He defended Musk there. He's represented Jay-Z, Megan Thee Stallion, and other high-profile cases. Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots, who was accused of solicitation at the Orchids of Asia massage parlor. So basically goes around the country representing big-time clients.
Did you say that statement that I read?
If you're reading the statement and it says my name next to it, then I more likely said it. I just don't recall when.
And one of the other things that happened that day that I don't think we've talked about is you spoke to a witness who told you that A woman named Sarah was crying and shaking and going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got in there.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking the witness if he had that information.
He's making the statement, the hearsay statement is coming in.
Do you know whether anybody at the scene was, before you got there, shaking and going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got in there?
I don't know.
Okay. If we could refresh the witness with his lapel, and I would ask that can I put it up on just his screen? Okay.
I don't think you can do that.
I would object because that's not proper refreshment. We don't refresh in front of the jurors. That's my objection.
What do you mean?
Well, if we're refreshing.
You know what? We're going to take a lunch break real quick, and we're going to be back at 1 o'clock. Okay? Please don't talk among yourselves.
All right, they're taking the lunch break here. And they'll be back in about 50 minutes. 50 minutes.
All right, you're excused. You can move over. And this thing is a battery and counsel approach.
Oh, she's doing the counsel. Get up here, both of you. We'll keep the camera on here until she decides to leave. But while they're doing that, this is Alec Spiro's own on his own bio. He works for Quinn Emanuel Trial Lawyers in New York. He's a partner at the firm. And again, these old big old city lawyers coming in here to our little old town. A big shot lawyer in what field? Funny you should ask. He serves at his firm the co-chair of the investigations, government enforcement, and white-collar defense practice. He's a graduate of Harvard Law School. Of course, he's a Harvard graduate. As a Manhattan prosecutor, he helped indict Rodney Alcala, the dating game serial killer. He has, as lead counsel, tried over 50 cases to verdict. Notably, over the last several years, he's secured a string of significant verdicts for his clients in both federal and state court. His practice area spans nearly every type of litigation and dispute across the globe, handled and tried cases across the country and Europe, and has litigated cases involving white-collar and regulatory issues, defamation, First Amendment law, securities, complicated financial matters, intellectual property, bankruptcy, etc. He's also overseen an array of complex investigations that include companies. Looks like they're doing the lunch break here, so we'll take that out. And I was saying, I know he's going to start talking, so hang on. Right. Let's see what else. What else do we know about the guy here? We'll leave Yoda there. Why not? Yoda's sleeping. He's not bothering anybody. So he, like I said, also seen an array of complex investigations that include companies in a wide range of issues and industries. He served on the faculty of Harvard's Trial Advocacy Program, a lecturer at Harvard Law, and chairman of the board of Harvard's Criminal Justice Initiative, the Fair Punishment Project. He's lectured a variety of subjects, including trial practice, corporate privilege, evidence, and criminal law. Mr. Spiro was a member of Phi Beta Kappa, blah, blah, blah. You know what's missing from that? A lot of criminal defense and manslaughter defense. So it seems he's more of a white collar guy, which kind of seems to be about right. I don't know. There's just something that's off on his delivery. Just I don't know if it's the Harvard arrogance or he's a jack of all trades and master of none kind of a thing. I don't know, but yeah. All right, let's look at some of your comments and questions that I've tagged here. And let's see. Norma Stevens says she's got a lot of dumb questions, in my opinion. Again, see, what we've got here is we have a case where the prosecutor, she's a special prosecutor. She is one of New Mexico's top criminal defense lawyers. She is probably the number one leading criminal defense lawyer in Albuquerque, and just sort of by default one of the best in the state. And so she's asking these questions, and a lot of you had these. She sounds like she's cross-examining her own witness. She sounds like she's trying to impeach her own witness. She was asking the tough questions that she knows this guy should be asking, and so she basically cuts him off at the pass. She's asked the questions already, so she can do what she just did here a minute ago and bring up the asked and answered objection. He's already been asked and he's already answered it, so there's no need to do it again. She's getting out in front of the defense lawyer, which I think is a brilliant tactic. You know, she's asking the questions and then downplaying them, making it's not a big deal. And in fact, by asking these tough questions, she's also eliciting the fact that Baldwin isn't following instructions, isn't following directions. He does his own thing, which legally the guy can't make people go away, can't make people be anywhere, but she's asking the questions and she's getting the right answers. So she has to ask these dumb questions so that the witness just doesn't get massacred. And about the witness, I know a lot of you agreed and a lot of you are disagreeing, saying he's not confident, he looks bored. I think that's a good thing. You know, he's not making up bullshit answers if he doesn't know. He's just doing his job. He doesn't have an agenda. He's just answering the questions. He gets there to a chaotic scene. He's the first guy that gets there. There's 100 people running around this filming village, around this set village. He's doing his best that he can. He's like, hey, I'm not watching it. I can't do everything all at once. I'm doing my job. I'm focused on getting Joel and Halyna taken care of, doing what we can to do them, trying to tape this area off, trying to keep people apart. I'm asking them to separate and not do things. He's doing the best he can. Like I said, in 2022, at least, this was in 2021, October of 2021. So there was about 135 police officers in Santa Fe, and you figure on duty, there's the on-duty non-desk people. There's probably 20 officers at any given time. So it's not a huge police force. Let's see. Daily quick bites. They all have medics. Oh, that was back when it was asked, well, what's the set medic? What do they do? They all have medics, you idiot, even romantic comedies. Yeah, but she was eliciting it to say, okay, yes, they have someone on set in case there's an accident, because accidents happen on set. Accidents such as accidental shootings, that's a possibility. So if a movie set is perfectly safe, they don't need the medics. It's not a perfectly safe set because people are human and accidents happen. Every last person needs to sit tight. Exactly. And he was trying to do his best to wrangle, to herd the cats, I think. And again, someone who doesn't think he's doing a great job. This guy has zero confidence, even when saying, I don't know. And see, that comes off as authentic to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm being naive, but it has an authentic ring. I mean, compare this with the shit that we saw in the Karen Reed trial with the officers who clearly didn't know anything, trying to make it sound like they really do. David Hall, sorry. Yeah, he did make a plea bargain. He pled guilty and was given 6 months probation. This is why the cop seems a bit nervous. He knew the district attorney was going to have to come down on him a bit. Yeah, again, she's not the district attorney. She's a special prosecutor, a leading defense lawyer by trade, and that's exactly right. She has to ask the tough questions to head the defense lawyer off at the pass. Daily quick bites. I would have taken this as bullshit if I was a juror, just to prove that he shot her. Period. And also legal vices. So what if he didn't follow instructions? All this required is to prove that he shot her and it was negligent. All this collateral stuff would turn me off and piss me off, and it is. Well, he's the first responder, so he's got to set the scene. It's world building. And the world he has to build is someone was shot. Here's what's going on. Here's how everybody was acting. Here's what everybody was doing. He has to kind of lay the foundation for the rest of the testimony. So it is collateral. It's not directly related to it, but it does lay the foundation for what we're going to hear, hopefully from other witnesses that get into the specifics. He's the first responder. He probably knows less about what actually happened than anybody else, than any other witness. He's giving us the bird's eye view of everything that was happening at that time. And Trent Thoreau with the $5. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. I can already tell I'm going to hate this lawyer's questions. Yeah. Well, let's see what you guys have been talking about here in chat the last few minutes, and then we'll look at the direct and the cross-examination. Legal Vices, I don't know as a juror. I think his approach may irritate me to the point where it affects my decision making. Usually it's prosecutors like that, not defense lawyers, for obvious reasons. Oh, I agree, and I've already mentioned it twice, but I'll mention it again. I think there's a real risk of the jurors being put off by the big city lawyer coming to visit. Can you remind those of us who forgot why a special prosecutor got involved? I really can't remember. I think it was just that this was a big enough case they wanted to bring in the special prosecutor. I think it was just if memory serves me, and I could be completely wrong, the Santa Fe, whatever county it happens to be, the prosecutor just wasn't equipped to handle such a large, high profile case. First DA bottled it. I can't remember what the details were. Maybe someone else can and correct me, because I could very well be completely misrepresenting it. I'm pretty sure a damn DA tried to kill the guy. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Now I remember. Yeah, well, she didn't want to prosecute originally, and there was this big we're gonna get him, we're gonna do this. Then they found there was no crime, and they didn't prosecute. She didn't want to prosecute. They dropped the case, and then said, well, no. Let's look a little closer at this. Let's have someone else come in. That's right. It was just the first prosecutor was an idiot. A special prosecutor is a prosecutor that they bring in to especially prosecute, someone who is not with the district attorney's office, because the district attorney was being an idiot. There was the initial. They had initially charged Hannah and Alec with a special gun enhancement on the charge, which would have put them in jail for like a minimum mandatory 5 years. But it was quickly pointed out that charge, the special gun enhancement, only became a law after this incident occurred. So they couldn't be charged with a crime that didn't exist at the time they were charged. So they had to drop that part. It was kind of a shit show. And then they didn't want him prosecuted and shit. Yep. And so they brought in someone who knows what she's doing. You're right. I completely misrepresent. Thank you for refreshing my memory on the stand. Oh, we got the dog snoring. Both dogs are snoring away here. I'm just scrolling back up here to see what you guys are talking about. See if there's anything new here. All right. We seem to have caught up basically with chat here. Yes, the ex post facto law, and it was unconstitutional to do that. My wife calls me special every day. Well, let's look at the testimony. Again, there's a lot of the video, a lot of the body cam, his body cam video. There we go. Me can talk nice. Right. Nicholas LaFleur, that's his name. He's just a random police officer that happened to receive the dispatch call of the shooting on set. So he's the first responder. He's the first one that gets there. And he said his priority is to see whoever needs help gets help and that the threat is stopped. That's his main priority when he gets there. Then they showed the video of the medical treatment. And if I scroll back up in my notes here to the defense's opening, where did he say this? There's no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Baldwin did anything to load the gun, which of course isn't really relevant to this. Trying to find the lethal bullet, find the source. He said there's not a shred of evidence, not a single shred of evidence to show that he intentionally pulled the trigger. And again, it doesn't even have to be an intentional pull. It can be an accidental pull. But he was saying there's absolutely not a single shred of evidence whatsoever that the trigger was pulled. Not one witness or shred of evidence will show that Baldwin knew the gun was loaded. That wasn't the important part either, because he didn't know it was loaded because he didn't check. But in the body cam video footage, you have people saying Alec Baldwin is on set. He's the one that pulled the trigger. And then you had another person say he pulled the trigger. Two people in that one body cam footage testified that Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger. And the defense lawyer should be asking whether those people that said he pulled the trigger were in the room or not. But he doesn't seem to be asking that question yet. And then, so they had the two people saying he pulled the trigger. Baldwin wasn't supposed to be talking about the incident, but he was doing it anyway. And then someone else told him that Baldwin pulled the trigger. And so she continually repeated this message that, he was told not to talk to people, but he did it anyway. And again, that goes right back to her opening statement. One of the very first statements she made was that Baldwin does his own thing. He doesn't listen. He doesn't take instruction well. And then the cross-examination so far. This is the dispatch was for an accidental shooting by the prop gun. Why didn't you mention accidental? Why did you hide the fact they said it was accidental? He's just harping on the witness for not saying it was an accident while he was on the stand. And he had a good answer. He said, it's not my job to determine whether it was an accident or not. It's a crime. You treat every scene like a crime scene. And if he hadn't treated it like a crime scene and people were walking around doing shit, then that would also be grounds for impeaching him. And so, you treat every scene as if it's a crime scene. And again, I don't understand why he was harping. And see, this is what I say, where I think maybe it's his lack of criminal defense in his resume that leads to this. He kept saying, why it does matter if it was an accident. You have two choices. It was intentional or it was accidental. If it's intentional, if he intended to shoot Halyna Hutchins, it's murder. Involuntary manslaughter implies negligence without malice. Manslaughter is the killing of another human being without malice, without intent, without anger. In other words, it was an accident. So he wasn't helping Baldwin at all from a legal standpoint. However the jury interprets it is up to the jury. But from a legal perspective, he wasn't helping Baldwin at all. An accident is part of the crime of involuntary manslaughter. He admitted to making some mistakes at the scene. Nobody's perfect. And again, I think it's great that this officer is actually admitting that he didn't do everything perfectly. Because everybody makes mistakes. There's always mistakes at crime scenes. And he's not trying to hide it. And he didn't force the witnesses to separate. How can he? He really can't unless he arrests every single person or at least detains every single person. And again, the defense lawyer was conflating the two. There's a big difference between being detained and being arrested. He said he didn't put him in the cruiser because it was being actively used as a post for a crime scene. He could have. He said he actually said that at one point. He said, I can put you in the cruiser. I'd prefer not to, but stay here and don't talk to people. So Baldwin was detained, but he wasn't arrested. They're not the same thing, Mr. Defense Lawyer. Yes, the first responder is not the arbiter of intent. And Baldwin intentionally chose not to check the gun before shooting it. That's the intention. Yeah, but it's not the intent to commit the crime of shooting Halyna Hutchins. He didn't intend to shoot and kill her. That was what would be with malice, to maliciously, intentionally intend to intentionally kill someone, to have the intent to kill someone. Especially with a bunch of snooty, stuck-up, I'm special witnesses. Yeah, everybody wants to be special on the crime scene, don't they? Let's see. That's all true about the first prosecutor, but the last reason they gave, publicly anyway, was it was not fitting into her schedule. That was the last thing I heard a week before the trial. Okay. But she was tasked on this. Morrissey was tasked on this way back before Hannah was prosecuted. Let's see. Legal advice. Actually, the real reason the special prosecutor was the original DA's schedule could not allow her to handle this case. Okay, at least that's what was stated a week before the trial. See, the week before the trial, was it the week before this trial or the week before Hannah's trial? Because she was assigned to both of these cases a long time ago. Let's see. Just scrolling up here to see what's going on. I was wondering how long the no speaking objections would last. Tammy, I'm not ignoring you, Tammy. Why would I ignore you, Tammy Fayette? I'd never ignore you. Right. Do we know how long this trial is, Jeff, or anyone? Yes. The prosecution will get 5 days and the defense will have 3 days. So this is scheduled to wrap up a week from Friday. And I guess that sort of brings us to the end of what I have to offer here today. Now, let me tell you what we're going to be doing going forward with the trial. The afternoon session, right now, I'm gonna end this for the lunch break, and I'm gonna go to sleep because it is 3:30 a.m. here in Korea. And what I'm gonna do, and what we do with the trials that we do live or semi-live, as I'm calling this, what we'll do is we will go back. Tomorrow we'll start an hour early, so the trial starts at 11 a.m. Eastern time. I will start at 10 a.m. Eastern time, so an hour before the actual trial starts, and we'll watch the afternoon session at 1.25 speed. So we'll catch up that way. We'll watch it at 1.25 speed. If they're slow talkers, we might be able to bump it up to 1.5 speed, but that's usually just a hair too fast. But we'll watch it at an accelerated speed. We can skip through the sidebars. We can skip through the break, and we should catch up. And once we finish the afternoon session, then we'll go live with the live morning session, and we will catch up at an accelerated speed. We normally catch up an hour or two before lunch. So at some point, we'll catch up with the live, and then we'll watch it live through the lunch break, up to the lunch break, and then we'll lather, rinse, and repeat through it. And then on the weekend, I'll do a special stream where we will watch the Friday afternoon session. And then we'll start Monday with the process over again, live at the time the trial starts. But I know there's a bunch of everybody and their pet dog is streaming this trial. Literally, everybody and their pet dogs. So let me see where I'm going to send you all off to. Let's see. Don't leave just yet. While you're here, we currently have 363 people as people trickle away for lunch. But before you go, please do me the favor of hitting that like button and hitting the subscribe button. We're trying to push ourselves up over 77,600 subscribers. And currently we've lost 3 more subscribers. Oh my gosh, we're losing subscribers midstream. So we need 5 more subscribers to get us up to 77,600. So let's do that, shall we? Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. And if you have, just double check to make sure you're still subscribed. And our like and subscribe poll today, your feeling, what is your initial feeling? 63% of you said Alec Baldwin is guilty. 11% of you said your initial feelings is that he's not guilty. And 26% of you said you're pretending to not have an opinion. That's the end of our like and subscribe poll. We'll have the Baldwin Big Bang Bullet Bingo card up tomorrow as well. Generate yourself a fresh card and we'll take it anew. And I'm seeing right now where we're going to send people. I hit it. Nice. Damage, Jeff. I just got here and you're going away. Bye-bye. Well, them's the breaks. All right, content. Go to today's stream and customize and redirect. Who are we going to redirect us to? So many people. But let's go to potentially criminal Sean. He'll give you a good overview of this. So let's listen over to potentially criminal Sean. You guys can listen to his take on this during the lunch break and decide what you're going to do from there. So, Jonathan Irwin, thank you so much for that. Wow, really? I've even got it on all notifications. This has become my favorite channel. Well, write it down. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time, which will be 3 p.m. UK time. I don't know where you are. So those are the basic time zones. Figure it out from there. 10 a.m. Eastern time, 3 p.m. UK time. I will be right here where we will pick up right here where we left off of the afternoon session at an accelerated speed. And that's all we've got. Mods, thank you so much for being here. Day 1, morning of the Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial is at an end. The afternoon session will be starting in about 20 minutes from now. And in the meantime, let's kind of head on over to potentially criminal and see what Sean has to say about this. I'm sure he's got words. See you all tomorrow. Thank you again, mods. Thank you so much for the support, chatters, all of LawTube. Any of you could be anywhere in the entire universe, and you chose to be here, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support. We'll see you tomorrow. Chat. Love you guys. Thanks for the support. We are out of here. Good night from Korea. Enjoy your day, people. Bye.